a different kind of terrain and more flex to consider how to talk.
That's for a control point.
You have to have the flow both in the map reading and in the running.
Yeah, we have Susan Lush from Germany right now.
Right now we have 4640. Yeah, I believe we will have everybody pass that one at that time around 35 minutes. Something like that. Even more, yeah. But not below 30. No, but something like 34, 35 minutes, I believe, for the fastest for this first. Key strips. And you get a vision of how fast they are. This is number 11, Laura from Canada.
Dobře, ale vypnu to.
22nd in the middle distance on Tuesday this week. Signe Klinting, Buar, heading out from the start. Here's Signe. Behind her, at the spot from Anastasia Denisova from Belarus.
Some more GPS
Yeah, she's going right into Norway.
And she's catching a lot of time compared to Buar. And I think she will feel a bit more fresh also, saving her legs.
There's a big difference there. Because Buar on that leg between the fifth and sixth control. Next one is Christine Kirchleitner from Italy, with number 37 out of 63. And last order today is Svetlana Leonova from Russia, with the number 63. And it's 53 minutes to the last start in the women's class. And the first start among the men is in less than 22 minutes. And the other line is from Portugal, the first starter in the men's final. Less than 22 minutes.
You are the fourth control for the runner.
Maybe to Allison.
Would be.
You started 4 minutes behind Remo Haldin from Czech Republic.
Shit, där kommer.
Belarus, bronze medalist from the sprint, Anastasia. Also running, and she is in Sweden from time to time. Is running for Sävedals AIK in Gothenburg, so quite familiar with this kind of terrain.
Yes, she has been here from time to time, and she has been running the big relays with the team and some other competitions. And in the future, she will go here and study. So she will be more and more familiar with this kind of terrain.
Yeah, and a great 8th position in the middle distance. This is basically using very, very good this week, Anastasia.
Yes, and we could see last year during Selena, she was the top.
Yeah. This is Heidi with the bin number 39 today, the silver medalist from the middle distance on Tuesday. Right behind Tove Alexandersson, and a silver spot there for Heidi Baxtevold. So this is very interesting, a very strong Norwegian team, and this is the first of them. Later on, Mari Mosting and Anna Geraud, but Heidi Baxtevold heading up. And this will be interesting.
Very interesting. And this kind of terrain should suit her well. They have a lot of this in Norway.
Yep.
Now to the first control, and then it will be very interesting to see what choice to make the second one.
But back to the first TV split, and back to the pole control, where we have this camera. No Maria Rantanen today.
No, but maybe it's good for her to rest. She has been running everything this far.
I think so too. So Saila Kini from Finland, Buar Finland, heading up for the top. Number 40.
11th place in the long distance 2 years ago in Italy.
Always a strong nation in world orienteering. great performance in Czech Republic and the European Championships earlier this year in 6th position in a very different kind of terrain.
Absolutely, but she has also been running very well in the big relays, making good performances, and I think she has developed her technique during her stay in Holland. It was tough in another way than today, because it's really tough to run fast also.
Years ago, and as you can see, 21st position in the long distance there in the Czech Republic. Also ran the middle distance early this week.
Yeah, and she was selected for the middle distance, but she did a very good long distance selection race. So,
She was second there, behind Tove Alexandersson.
and maybe this is actually a better distance for Anna Backman.
Yeah, here's Anna, and some cheering now for Anna Backman of Sweden. Anna with 11.0 kilometers long. Final fourth. And this is long distance here in Sweden. And Norway maybe also. Let's see. Anna Backman, next to start is Inga Lande from Latvia, also very experienced for Latvia. Starting 2 minutes behind Anna Backman from Sweden.
We can see that most of the girls, they are trying to go out to the field in the end, even though they have split it up a lot in the beginning.
Yeah, Juliana Ileva, the new best time to the first T to 6. And here is now Inga Lande from Latvia, the number 43. And as you can see, 21st last year in Scotland, and 18th position 2 years ago in Italy. The long distance. So Inga Lande very experienced and strong, really strong physically. Inga Lande heading up from start for Latvia. Latvia, the organizer of the World Orienteering Championships in 2 years' time. So Riga, capital of Latvia, 2018, the World Championships in Latvia. Next year is Estonia. Again, and this leg will be the 5th and 6th control. And Judge will have the road choice. So it could be quite good.
Yes, I think it's very good for the end of the course. She can rest her mind a little bit.
starts. Emily from Canada.
Look at it. It might be a negative thing.
And now we have a start from Annie-Maja Nicke from Finland. Here we go. WOC. So Annie-Maja Nicke, and out from the start. And Isia Basea.
Our new leader, yes, Sandro.
But if some of these runners, these early start runners, have their watch and look at it, it might be a negative thing.
And now we have a start from Annie-Maja Nicke from Finland. Here we go. WOC. So Annie-Maja Nicke, and out from the start. And Isia Basea.
Our new leader, yes, Sandro.
New leader here. For the women, Jana Knapova heading out right now. And in less than 3 minutes, we have a start for the first half. Jana Knapova heading up from the start. That's the long distance final. Next to start is Sofia Hayanen from Finland, 2 minutes behind Jana Knapova.
Jag tycker nu är jättesvårt. Det är inte det är bland de första företagen som är jättesvårt. De har ju Sälen har lite funktionsvärden. Ja, precis, lite så.
Now we have Sofia Hainen on start. As you can see, 10th in the long European Championship in Czech Republic. Sofia Hainen kommer att få jakt i Finland. Det var 47. And it's 4 minutes under, has start from Lina Ström, Sweden. It is now 49.
place in the sprint.
And now she's back here for the long distance. Lina Strand, here's the start. Lina Strand, Göteborg Vagnar. Nice to hear. Cheering also for all spectators here. And here, Lina. Very nice to see. I'm here.
Hello and welcome to the highlights of the Nokian World Orienteering Championships at the halfway stage, one of the highlights of the competition now in its middle phases. Today it's the long distance races for men and women. Around 130 of the world's best orienteering runners in some of the most challenging environments imaginable. I'm Hugh Dan McLennan and alongside me is Catherine Bett. We'll take you through the 15.5 kilometres of the men's race and the 11.2 kilometres of the women's race, which is already underway. This is the magnificent setting of the west coast of Sweden. It is wild, open and challenging. Most of the competitions have been based in the city of Strömstad on the west coast, and we moved in midweek to Tanum, to the World Heritage landscape and the historic stone carvings. The Marine National Park lies off to the west of Stromstad. Koster have it, 6,000 different species, 300 of them unique to Sweden. It is the most magnificent setting, the most appropriate place for an orienteering World Championships. Catherine Bet, today the atmosphere and the setting is very, very different here in Stromstad East.
It is. We've been very lucky this week with some beautiful weather, some sunshine, but not quite the same today. As you can see, all the drips dripping off the beautiful pine trees that's around us. Temperature is not actually that much down on today, 18 degrees, but you can see the humidity. It's raining on and off, getting heavier and lighter as we go through the day, providing a rather soggy spectators and in the arena, but it shouldn't bother the athletes too much, I don't think.
The weather forecast this morning said it would be showers. Well, we've had one shower. It started round about 7 o'clock and it has not stopped. It is going to make conditions very tricky, very sticky in some places, but the spectators have turned out in force, all well equipped for the weather conditions and enjoying the two competitions we're going to see today. The first women's runners went out at 12:20 local time, which was about 1.5 hours ago, and the first of the men's starters will be in less than 1 hour's time on the local time. The long race for women then has 18 controls, 11.2 kilometres, and very unusually, Catherine, the runners are starting in Sweden but will enter part of Norway on the way.
Yeah, it's not just the World Orienteering Championships in Sweden. It should be renamed World Orienteering Championships in Sweden and a bit of Norway, as the athletes go about 15 metres into Norway. I think this is probably one of the borders here. We can see there's a big ride that separates Norway and Sweden, and one of the route choices could also take them further into Norway. So I think they've lied by telling us it's based in Sweden. And now we can say that the Norwegian runners are running on their home soil.
Well, some of them, the ones who live in Norway, are actually very near to home territory anyway, but today they will get the chance to run on their home competition for at least well, a few metres, if nothing more. But there are the scenes in the Stromstad East arena. Some competitions, various kinds this morning for some of these club runners. But these are the challenging conditions, the wide open but challenging conditions they will face today. First of all, the women's map.
Yeah, a very, very short number one, just hitting a pit, but very close to the start. And then a really, really long control to number two. Most runners all runners should be expecting a leg of this length, but maybe not all of them would expect one quite this early in the course. So it will mean we'll see a lot of stopping and dithering at control number one as they try to figure out some of the route choices. We'll see some of those later. And then they head to our first radio split at control number 5. We'll see them. Number 4 is where they just go into Norway. And then another long leg, which could take them, if they go to the east, could take them into Norway again. A few controls closer together. The crags are going to be a significant feature of route choices and of the course today and of the terrain. They're going to really have to navigate them. We were out in the forest yesterday, saw some of them. They're pretty huge. And again, 8 to 9 are longer legs, offers some more route choice. And then we come to our another split in control number 11. This is where the forest changes, gets a bit denser as then they cross into the road, come through the arena, and then have a few more controls out into the northwestern section before they head into the finish. But they're going to have to keep their wits about them at the end of the course when there's a lot of controls closer together, and it's going to be quite tough.
Now, some of the distances involved, there's 8 kilometres of cabling for our television production team to get to the furthest point away from the start here. We're at the start, but here's our GoPro view of some of these choices that they're going to have to make as we run through the forest and examine some of the terrain they're going to meet.
Yeah, it's very typical Swedish terrain. A lot of rock, particularly, a lot of kind of open and forested in amongst the pine trees. It's reasonably tricky underfoot. It's not runnable at this place by any means, and that will really test them over the whole 11 kilometres of the course. A lot of rock here. It was bright and sunny yesterday when the GoPro runner was filmed, but it's a bit slippier now, but it shouldn't cause too many problems. It's, of course, being able to simplify on the run, go straight and avoid some of the worst areas of crags that we could see further down. but it's definitely a type of terrain that is quite a classically long distance area. It's going to be very tough amongst the whole thing. Some areas of better running, generally good visibility. It's going to prove an interesting test.
But the elimination of mistakes is going to be crucial, because we saw in the middle distance event at Tanham that some of the final positions were decided in the very last control points, where some decisions were just borderline, but they were enough to throw people out of the medal positions.
Yeah, and we were talking to the planners yesterday, and they actually said, in terms of route choices, you can't lose too much time as long as you execute it well, and it's all about the execution of the plan, and that is going to mean the difference between winning and losing, because there are some potentials to get lost, to get confused, especially between things like parallel features. And as long as you haven't chosen a horrendous route choice, there are places later in the course where you can make up time.
So the single most important word appears to be execution. And the winning execution should be around about 80 minutes in the women's race and 95 minutes in the men's race. Now here's the women's start list. We can run through some of these names, some of the more significant names appearing later on in the running order. We've had 52 of the runners have taken to the course already. Julia Gross of Switzerland, who we'll come to at number 52, was the last one I saw going out. Joe Shepherd from Great Britain there. And then we come, as we move on, to some of the more recognisable names from earlier in the week. Heidi Bagstavold, for example, silver medalist in the middle distance. How many of these runners will translate their form onwards, like Chatang, who had a good run there from France, Catherine?
Well, if they've got the ability to run through some terrain in the middle distance, it's going to translate into later. And we have Ida Bobak. She's not starting. There was a bit of confusion about whether she was going to start or not. She's been injured all year since last World Championships with an Achilles injury. She ran the middle distance, had dropped out of the long distance, and then we saw her name back on the start list yesterday, and we wondered whether she had decided to run, maybe feeling she'd been okay over the middle distance, but no, it seems like she's not going to start, not going to defend her World Championship. But here's one of the controls that's going to offer a lot of route choice. Some people already taking the leg marked in red, but it's all about the execution and minimizing and maximizing the time that you can run, trying to conserve energy at this point and trying to find the quickest way and the best way through the terrain.
So the point there is that the shortest way is not always the best way.
Exactly. You've got it in a nutshell. A lot of the runners that have been quicker so far have taken the route on the red because it allows them to take the road all the way down and most of the way to the course. And here's another route choice. The ride at the top right-hand corner running diagonally on the map is the border to Norway. So the red route offers a route into Norway, and that takes you on a lot of path running as well. Also avoiding most of the climb, most of the tricky crags, as does the green route. I think the blue route may be more direct, but possibly hillier. And it's also going to be about using the marshes to get into a good attack point onto control number 6. You can also look at leg 8 to 9. That's also going to offer a bit of route choice, a big area of a craggy valley to navigate at the beginning. But we will see as the time progresses which of these routes is the quickest and which of the routes is also the safest, but easiest to execute. Of course, all runners will play to their strengths. They will know their strengths and their weaknesses in this type of terrain and will know exactly what they need to do.
And there will be an element of gamble in it all, just in terms of taking these decisions as they go through the course. So here at split 1, the fifth control point, we see some of the earlier times just to give us an indication of the pace and who's setting some of these early fastest times.
Yeah, Fanny Gyurko, Hungarian, runs for club in Great Britain, runs for Fourth Valley, also joint with Signe Klinting from Denmark to the first split. So they've run 4.5 kilometres and are still on the same time.
So the start is just to our left here, and this is Heidi Bagstavold, who had such a wonderful run in midweek in Tanham, finishing eventually in second place, and there were wonderful scenes at the end of the race where she was clapping in the eventual winner, Sally Keeney. We saw her running as well, and she's finished in the top 20 in the European Championships. Here's a look at some of the control points now. This is Denisova, Anastasia Denisova, who had quite a strong run in midweek as well.
Yeah, she's had great runs. Well, she was the bronze medalist in the sprint and managed to translate her speed over to the middle distance, coming 8th in the middle distance. But she's been running 37 minutes and actually looking to have good speed already. I was wondering, even when we were commentating on the middle, whether she'd be able to translate her sprint form through into the middle distance race, but it looks like she's also doing this with the long. I think her sprint is definitely her best discipline, and we saw her being fairly hesitant in the middle on Tuesday. But it looks like she's got all good round form and good all-round strength, even after having run all the races so far.
How much of a physical, it must be a massive challenge to run in all three disciplines in such a tight time frame. Do many of the runners, are they able to translate all these different skills and physical challenges across the board?
I think some of the nations with fewer runners, or at least kind of fewer runners at the very top end, maybe they will do all the races. But I think there are bigger gaps between races at the moment. That means that people
They have rest days.
They have rest days. They have more rest days, I think. But some people, like Daniel Hubman, was rested for the sprint relay to be able to do the middle distance and the long distance.
Yeah, that replay shows a good example of how the different runners are taking different routes. They're quite different routes.
But not, I think, giving too much difference in the actual time that they arrive at controls number 4 and 5. But Denisova definitely looks to have taken the best route there. The quickest route, as she goes into the lead at control number 1 with a lead of over 3 minutes. That's pretty impressive for this far, considering there haven't been big chunks taken out of the time so far.
Now, some of the course is wide open, and the general feeling about the whole event for the whole week is that it's wild, open and challenging. Well, we've got all three elements today. It's certainly challenging in terms of the weather and the environment. Anna Bachmann leaves the start.
Yep, that was her starting earlier. She has replaced Helena Janssen on the start-up. There are 4 Swedes, going in this competition, because Tove Alexandersson was the defending European champion.
Now, Emily Kemp was a definite star midweek.
She was indeed, getting a very well-deserved 4th place. She lives in Finland. She will be very used to this kind of terrain and hopefully can translate it today.
And this is Mari Fasting of Norway, so she'll be heading for her home territory eventually. She's got good form, some good finishes in the long races, so she is certainly an individual we should be looking to as the runners progress. Well into the race now, the women. Saila Kinney there, number 40, has been running for nearly 40 minutes, so she'll be just about halfway, not quite halfway, but heading to split 1. And the runners bunching, 2 minute starts between them, so plenty of runners making up time, and that's not unusual.
The runners are normally maybe used to a slightly bigger time gap, slightly bigger start interval, maybe something like 3 minutes, but on this kind of long distance, but to avoid the bunching. The women don't have any loops to split them up again. As we'll see later in the men's course, there is a fire loop which is going to split them up. But yeah, all these runners going together, working off each other. But then, I suppose when they start, they've got the big long leg at the beginning, and they're not going to know what the people in front of them have done. So I think it just happens that they've all managed to meet at the same time, as that's Heidi Bagstervold. So Saila Kinney is already caught up 2 minutes on Heidi Bagstervold.
So it's all about making their own decisions and running their own race. We often hear the runners describe it as running their own race rather than following anyone. The bunching can be a distraction, but they try to block all that out, trying to move through the control point smoothly, entering and then exiting again.
Yep, that's Norway. That's the border from Norway as they head back into the forest.
You'll pick up the atmosphere in the arena as some of the more favoured runners go through as they head off and go through in the pass on the way back. Just picking their way carefully on these over the crags. Could be very slippy out there, of course, although the forest tends to protect some of the runners from the worst of the weather.
Yeah, they'll be used to this kind of terrain and conditions.
Now there's Denisova posting her time is the quickest there, with Bagstavall's time is just going to take her into second place, but the gap there, 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Seems to be taking a long time at that control.
Yep, she's got a big decision to make, and the speed through the controls is less important because there are fewer of them, they're further apart. They've got to actually, the decision on where to actually go is definitely the best runner. Best, as I think we've got somebody into the finish. This is Arntraut Gert from Germany, the first to finish.
First to finish going in, a big hand for her as she takes the line crossing in front of us here. And here a replay of Kini, Bagstavall and Denisova and Clinting taking their own different routes.
Denisova looking very direct.
And again, coming to the, for all that they're different routes, they come to they bunch up at the end there towards the control. Number 59 is Emma Johansson. It's perhaps not, our world ranking is better than some of her finishes this year in the distance event, but she's being sent on her way.
This just shows the spread of all the different route choices that people are making. No two routes are the same. Some people are trying to pick up, I think, the path like Kini and Damba. There's a small track that goes through the forest there that'll provide some slightly easier running.
And Margareta Hausken Nordberg of Norway starting there in good style. And the runners passing from left to right in front of us from the start, and then making a pass from right to left as they head back out the forest. We'll pick up these pictures later on as the other faster runners come in towards the finish. Now this is Hausken Nordberg.
So this
on
is
the
control
course.
number 1, and now she's got to figure out exactly what's going to happen to number 2. And she's taking the time to plan the whole leg, and we can see her emit tags flashing. We know she's definitely registered that control. And she's being careful to check out every single route, tracing the routes with her finger, making sure she's got a complete plan before she actually sets off, and assessing all the different opportunities, because she knows that the best route could certainly win her some time.
Once the decision is made, the decision is made. Tove Alexandersson, who won the middle distance race and could potentially end up with a double European Championship and a double World Championship at the end of this afternoon, because she's won the long European Championship already, and she's won the middle distance here at the Nokian Tyres World Orienteering Championship. And a huge round of applause for her as she sets off in front of us here across the arena, and she'll take a dip into the forest just behind our commentary position, and off she goes. High hopes for her then, Catherine, after her performance midweek.
Definitely, she's on home terrain. We know she's got good speed. She's got very, very good technique heading through the forest. It looks very, very smooth, and is going to have some great concentration. And this is the one that they all want to win. This is the classic distance. We don't call it the classic anymore, but it is the distance they all want to win. And Tove Alexandersson will be looking very strong, I think.
She had never won the middle distance, of course, before she romped to victory as the last starter. It couldn't have been much more of a fairy tale.
Now let's compare her sort of route choice taking to Hausken Nordberg. She's actually folded her map up quite small. I don't think she's got the whole of the leg on there, and making the decision to set off quite quickly. Here's some of the routes again that we can possibly see. some people have taken up a lot of the tracks to give them a lot of easy running, particularly the blue leg and the red leg, and the green leg. But the red leg has taken on some road running. So if you feel like you've got some good flat speed, and you don't think that's going to tire you out too much, then that's proven a popular choice. And the planners have expected more women than men, especially, to take this particular route.
Now this is Catherine Taylor from Great Britain, who was 6th in this race last year. Looks very relaxed, I have to say. That's her at the start.
She looks quite excited to be going out. She's got to make sure she keeps her head, though, as she gets to control number 1.
Off she goes. And a big hand for her. Good stride as well, different technique from some of the other runners, taking some of the stickiness of the ground away. Good steady pace. Important not to take off too quickly at the start.
Yeah, it's very important, as everybody knows, to get number 1 very, very solidly. It's a fairly easy control, and she'll be able to go straight to it, coming through this this rather denser forest of younger trees. But as long as she gets that one solidly, then she'll be able to really get into the running and into some of the difficulties that the long distance provides with the big long leg.
Now Taylor should be the penultimate starter in the women's competition. There should only be one runner coming after her, Svetlana Mironova from Russia, so we'll check that out in due course.
And here's some of the route choices, as we can see again. Hollior choosing to pick up one of the paths, so they've got to cross where Hollior's going down. They've got to cross quite a substantial stream, and this is Emily Kemp.
Now it'll be interesting to see whether Kemp can maintain the excitement of her run in midweek when she was just edged out of the medal positions, ended up as 4th. She was flying at one stage round the middle distance course, and very much a runner who's on the up and improving all the time. There's the challenge she faces coming up these crags.
There is a significant amount of climb, as you can see the ride heading into the distance. That is the border.
I reckon there's 540 metres or thereabouts in terms of the climb for the women, 650 for the men, so that's quite a significant difference.
And she's running with Inga Damba from Latvia, who also lives in Finland, so both of them living in Finland. It will give them a big advantage, I think.
The last woman is underway. She's just passed us, number 63. Svetlana Mironova has taken to the course and is heading for the first point. But here's Kemp. We rejoin her as she heads towards split 1, and we'll get some sort of idea of how she's matching the pace in the early stages.
And then hopefully in 80 minutes time we will have a winner. 80 minutes is the expected winning time for the women's course.
There, an indication of where she's going to end up at this stage. It looks as if Denisova has the fastest time there. Whether she can split the 2nd and 3rd, she'll certainly have a chance of getting into 2nd place, perhaps, if she can make more speed coming over here. But interesting times, and the men underway now. Just passing us, some of them. They had a crossover where some of the men were starting in alternate positions with the women just to get underway to maintain the schedule.
But 3rd place so far, that's pretty solid from Kemp. She's not lost too much time over the fast time that Denisova has just posted, and Inga Damba also went into 5th place. 2 minutes has been caught. Emily Kemp has got up 2 minutes on her rival, but definitely keeping her head down and not worrying about what the other person is doing.
And on a course of this length, you know, these times, the gaps are easy to make up and easy to lose again, just as easy.
Yeah, we can see this this route choice, 29 minutes going from leg 1 to 2, and Rednea taking the route on the road has gone 29 seconds quicker just on that leg than Denisova, and over a minute quicker than Kemp. Kemp and Denisova are taking fairly similar routes, but I think Denisova was able to pick up some of the path running. And this was the last starter setting off a couple of minutes ago.
That was Svetlana Mironova on her way. And she has some form too, third in the long race in the European Championship, so we wouldn't want to discount her in any shape or form either.
Not at all, and she was third last year as well, so got a bronze medalist bronze medal from Scotland.
And as we saw midweek, there are potential winners all through the field. But,
of course, exactly. It depends how it goes on the day. To be honest, you can make some huge mistakes that you just won't be expecting, or just feeling tired, struggling with the terrain, struggling to get into the map, and as you said, any of the people could win it.
So many things have to come together to produce the perfect performance, and in fact nobody produced a perfect performance in the middle distance race. There were mistakes here, there and everywhere, but it was the person who executed the best, or the two people who executed the best, who came out with the medals. And we'll see both of them today. Toby Alexanderson, who won the women's race at middle distance, is already on the course, and Matthias Kiburtz of Switzerland will be joining us later in the afternoon. The men's race also underway now, and we anticipate that race to be finished in the fastest time of 95 minutes or thereabouts, an hour and a half or slightly more. And still the rain comes down, and we don't expect it to ease off at all for the rest of the afternoon. But it's an indication of the importance of this competition, how many people have stayed in the arena. Now here's control 5, Catherine Finke, Anni-Maija Finke of Finland.
Yeah, this is control 4. She's just punching now and heading onwards.
Now here's a good example of how the runners, some of the runners, will use the tracks to their advantage. They will feel that they can make more pace, they can eat more of the ground.
Yeah, this is going into control number 10. There's an area possibly for some path running as they head into quite a different type of terrain, very different vegetation underfoot, a lot of visibility. They head down here, a lot of people running in a pack. They're headed up by Isia Basset of France. They come down to the river, head along the river slightly more, navigating a rather large re-entrant before they get to our second split, and we can see how they are all doing. I think we have a few people in that group. Isia Basset, Vildita from Lithuania, I think, is in there. Ileva from Bulgaria too.
Through they go, and they're an indication of the visibility and the runnability of this course, because there are open spaces, relatively speaking, but so many dips and valleys and climbs and crags and variations in the vegetation which challenge the runners. Total concentration required.
This is similar to the middle distance course. They've got different types of terrain that they'll have to use different techniques for. This one isn't heading up to the very northern part of the map. The women's course isn't, unfortunately, where there's another different area of forest, apparently very runnable, we've been told by the planners. We'll see the men go through that at the moment. They have more changes in terrain, but Basset is seeming to take these hills and this navigation fairly easily. It's not offering too many problems.
And another runner, one of the early finishers coming in, is the Canadian runner, Louise Oram, closely followed by one of her closer colleagues, I think they're coming in. So Oram goes into third place at this stage. Or, sorry, that was the split time. She had the third fastest split time at that time, but Basset moving into the lead at that point.
Oh, seeming quicker for Basset to take the slightly longer route heading into Norway, and then fairly direct, both of them, into control number 9, although not a very confident entrance actually into the control before she heads out.
Rudnaya, Anastasia Rudnaya of Russia, taking her time. Saw her slipping on the rocks there as she crossed into the border territory.
Yep, Rudnaya was a runner who we saw take the route along the road of the long control to number 2, gaining 30 seconds on Denisova. So if she's managed to keep that speed going and the correct decision making into the forest, then she'll have a good time in the lead ahead of Denisova.
Of course, the pictures are so much clearer on the television screen, not reflecting the mist and the rain that the runners are encountering out in the forest territory. But making light of it so far, it doesn't seem to be hindering their pace or their running style, any of them. Picking her way through the lighter forest, and one of the runners behind her there just taking some energy of some kind, I think, seemed to be.
Yeah, that's Sophia Heinen.
Here coming into the arena is number 13, just finishing the Haldin, Vendula Haldin from the Czech Republic, finishing well. And, well,
yep, going into the new fastest time.
That's a good finish, 1 hour 48 minutes and 42 seconds, but still some way off the winning time we would reckon would be at 80 minutes or thereabouts.
And this is Lena Strand, I think we're picking up, who's going to make her way towards the first TV split, but we can just confirm that Anastasia Rudnaya of Russia went into the lead by 9 seconds ahead of Denisova at split number 1. Here's Lena Strand, part of the bronze medal team from the sprint relay. She led the team out on first leg.
Quite a different prospect for her to have to take this challenge on, though. It's all about pacing herself over the much longer distance rather than the blast through the streets.
But she's from Gothenburg, and she is also very used to running in this type of terrain. Took the bronze in the Tiamila relay race with her club this year, so we know she's got some good forest form too.
Heading towards split 1, 38 minutes in, so almost around halfway in terms of the fastest, or the planners suggested fastest time. Just waiting for the next runner to appear. A couple of runners passing in front of us, heading off out into the forest. Some of the earlier runners still making that loop.
We have Moreira of Portugal and Joe Allison of Australia.
So we're back with Lena Strand now, coming up to split 1. We'll see how she's faring compared to the others. She's round about 4th place, matching Emily Kemp's time. And there the border between Sweden on the left and Norway on the right. And it gives us our bearings on where the runners are moving between the countries. And there, let's see now where Strand will end up here, because it looks as if she's going to be between 4th and 5th. Depends on how long it takes her to get to the next point. But Kemp, they're a minute off the pace from Rudnaya at that point. But Bagstavel's time, 2 minutes and 28, she has to make up on Rudnaya. That can all change so quickly.
It can, the right route choice executed in the correct way. Confidence in having a plan. You can easily make up a minute or two, or even more than that, amongst the course. And if you've managed to conserve your energy, you're not becoming too tired at the end, then as others falter and slow down, then you can definitely pick up a few places.
All about capitalising on the opportunities as they appear and not using up too much in the early stages and being spent when the chips are down. The feeling that you're just on the home straight, being able to produce a little bit more. And here's on leg 1 to 2 how Rudnaya, Denisova, Strand and Hayanen compared.
Rudnaya definitely the quickest time, and Hayanen seems to have wasted a lot of time in the forest in the first part of the control. Not as easy to run through some of those areas, not fewer paths to pick up. But then Denisova taking a fairly straight route into all of these controls, just being careful to avoid most of the crags.
And here's another finisher coming down.
Jolanta Kolosinska, sorry, from Poland, taking a time of over 2 hours, about 2 hours and 5 minutes.
The maximum time allowed in the women's race is 3 hours, so these are the slower finishers. Not entirely unexpected that they would be coming in that sort of time.
But here's another runner who could potentially do well on this course. Danisavka Broskova, one of the best Czech runners.
Just catching up there. The spots of rain in our camera lenses just showing how wet it is. And all manner of umbrellas and covers and clothing in the arena in front of us here. And there, I think, is the first starter is coming in. Niamh O'Boyle from Ireland has gone through the arena.
And I think Broskova has caught up Amélie Chatin from France there, caught up the 2 minutes that she started behind the French woman. There does seem to be a significant amount of bunching so far in the course, especially as we saw in the later stages around split number 2.
It's just a tricky ascent of the wet rock. Carefully picking her way. Can't afford to make rash choices at that stage. And there are some of the runners coming together, catching each other up. Just important they're not thrown by that they carry on and seek their own way out. Now these descents must be tricky on a day like this, Catherine.
Yeah, you just got to have the confidence to be able to go to it. I mean, I was running in the IOF race, the VIP and media race yesterday, and there are a lot of areas of rough open rock as well that we had to navigate, but it's just a case of having no fear and going for it. And this looks like Judith Vida, I think, running with Natalia Gempela. Used to be Natalia Vinogradova, but recently married, so changed her name.
Bronze medalist in the middle distance in midweek. So it depends on how much has been left in that race.
And Gempela has caught Judith Vida up by 2 minutes.
Well, Vida's bound to be one of the ones people will look out for. Does that surprise you? She's made up that kind of territory, because Vida is a good runner.
Yes, but so's Gempela. Like, it's 2 minutes is not that much in this type of terrain, and it could be changed very easily. And Vida looks like she's still staying ahead of the Russian at the moment, looking very, very strong through the terrain, able to bounce through it. It's a long race, anything could happen.
Bunch of 3 runners going through. The French runner leading them, number 24, going through.
That's Vassé.
Vassé. So they're very close together at this stage. And that can help drag them on. as they do some of the running stages. The decisions are a different kettle of fish because they have to make up their mind what they're doing. Wieder there with the fastest time now at control 5, but Gemperle has overtaken. Gemperle has gone into the fastest time there. 33 minutes and 22 with a lead of 1:54 on Judith Vida.
Yeah, Gemperle was 4th in the European Championships here in Czech Republic and also taking the route around the track. Gemperle having the fastest route by just under a minute faster than Vida, who chose to go a straightaway, but Vida has had to run through a lot more of the terrain to get there, and as we can see, Rudnaya and Broskova, their times have been taken. I think the green line of Broskova not the quickest at the moment, and yeah, there we can see the synced times.
So there we have the standing at split 1, control 5, Natalia Gemperle, the bronze medalist from midweek, 33 minutes and 22 seconds, and a gap of 2 minutes almost to Judith Vida, but then a slightly more significant gap then between Anastasia Rudnaya and Anastasia Denisova at 5 minutes, and then a further minute back. Salja Kini, Emily Kemp is 6 minutes adrift, and Heidi Bagstavold, they are still in the top 10, but 7.5 minutes slower than Gemperle at that point.
That's quite a significant time that Gemperle and Vida have taken out of the rest of the pack. Even though they've caught up each other, the amount of time that they've caught up on the rest of the field is more significant, and then as we go down the further, the times are very, very similar, and lots of things could happen later.
10 minutes cover the top 20. Oh, just a slight stumble from Susan Leusch from Germany. Just took her eye off the terrain just for a split second, and that was enough to put her to ground.
Running by herself, making sure she follows the right line. It's much easier to run a good line on a compass bearing in this type of terrain where there's less undergrowth generally underfoot. But just checking both her control descriptions so she knows exactly what the feature is she's looking for. She'll be able to build up a visual picture in her mind of exactly what it's going to look like.
Quite a high leg action, striding through the open runnable sections here.
Navigating this free entrant and coming up to the other side so she can have a good view from above to see the control. It's of course much easier to see a control from above than it is below, where there might be vegetation or things distracting, but she chooses to head out onto the path. An interesting route choice, possibly avoiding some of the climb, I think, that we can see from the Orientrant just down to the right of her from the track. Able to get in some solid running, unobstructed, but she also looks pretty solid going through the terrain as well.
So Basse is the fastest time at control 11 there, and Loesch has caught up. She's only 2 seconds adrift, so not much between them at that stage. There's the bunching, shows just how close they all are. Gjörke also in that group, the comparative times.
And very different routes across to control 19. Basse taking probably the straighter route, taking a lot of time out of all of the rest of them. Even Loesch, who seemed to be in the lead at control number 8, choosing to be very quicker. And then Riemer being much slower, going around at the left-hand side and not picking up the track straight away to control number 10. Maybe she was trying to avoid... I'm not sure what she was trying to avoid. Actually, there's another path very closer to 9 that's taking her all the way around the left-hand side of the hill, where most of them are taking the route on the east.
And then we see how the control points are bunched up there, relatively speaking, after the longer runs that they've had to stretch their legs on. Just a hint that it might be brightening up a little bit in the arena, although the rain is still incessant. No relief. Sabine Hauswirth from Switzerland. And there are some of the men now appearing in amongst the women there.
Sabine Hauswirth has caught up a lot of time on Lizzie Ingham, who we saw there in number 53 from New Zealand. Lizzie Ingham lives in Norway, so should have a lot of experience running in this type of terrain, but Sabine Houseworth is showing her class. She was 5th at the Europeans this year. Is a very, very strong runner, and we can see definitely picking different routes through the forest. It's very easy, as we can see here. This is the particular open bit as they head into control number 4. That is very good visibility. They'll be able to look far ahead of them to pick a point to be able to aim for, which means that they don't have to do as much thinking or as much looking in the map in the meantime, or they can use that time.
Oh, she's gone down.
So
Back up again.
I think we'll be seeing this all day,
Yeah.
Dan. People being knocked down and getting back up again. And as long as no one has any serious falls, then I think we'll all be okay.
Well, there's been nothing serious so far. They're all adapting to the conditions, which is the whole trick and part of the execution of the event. And just taking her time again to pick the choice.
She's probably using a technique, Dan, that you might not have heard of, called traffic lighting. There are areas where you can go green, which means you can run as fast as you can. You don't need to think about too much. Then you go to amber, slow down a little bit, start thinking about more things, and then as you approach the control circle, which is what she's doing now, she's slowing down and making sure she's very, very accurate, so she wastes as little time as possible. And this is, even though she's probably also an uphill factor as well, but she's also taking care that she knows exactly where the control circle is and also her exit direction out of it.
Certainly came at it in a slightly different way from some of the other runners, but I suppose it's all about the percentages and the choices.
As they're now in Norway and heading back into Sweden for the control number 5.
And there again, the border, which they're successfully negotiating.
Is that a tarn at the top of that slope? I think that's what it is. It's a marker, I think, to mark the border between the two countries.
Gemperley is the fastest at this stage at control 5. And number 12 has come into the finish on the women's race as the early runners come in. Olga Sluta of the Ukraine has finished the course.
Yeah, the current fastest time at the finish is still being held by Vendula Haldin from the Czech Republic. No one's been able to touch that lead for quite a while now.
But the times will tumble. There's number 8 coming in now, Mariana Moreira from Portugal. As one of the faster men takes off, running almost in parallel, overtaking her as the lanes converge here. We have a pass going right to left, we have the finish straight going left to right, and we have the actual start going left to right, all in a row in front of us, which makes it very busy at some points.
And here is Denisova, a runner we know who's had a very good World Championships this year. It's her first World Championships. I say this year. This is her first World Championships, and already a bronze medal, the first ever medal for Belarus. Looking pretty steady as she navigates this re-entrant. Oh, I say steady.
Yeah, just getting stuck there, but ranked at 50, and that's probably more to do with her lack of experience than anything else, because that ranking, I can't believe, is going to stay at that level if she continues to perform and improve at this sort of pace.
No, she's had some great results this World Championship so far, and is also looking to post a very fast time. She's choosing to stay in the forest, I think, very different to Susan Lurch, who we saw heading out taking the upper ground and heading out onto the track, possibly to get a bit of fast running in there, or a bit of time to recover. But Denisova's hit the control very spot on. She's spiked it, and a significant lead. That is very impressive.
Yeah, that's starting to look like the business end of the operation. Here's Isia Basse, the long run in down to the arena, heading towards our commentary positions there. She'll come left to right across our view, preceded by one of the United States runners, a whole bunch coming in now.
I think Chatang's been able to drag Regina Bertotti and Samantha Sager and Esther Gill Breton's around with her, but a very powerful run coming in to take the lead.
That's a good finish from Basset. And you see there behind her, the runners bunching up, catching her up. And, well, she's quite happy with it. She's given it a good run. She looks in good form. She's not in any distress, so an indication there of a runner perhaps who has more to offer. So there's Basset's time, 1 hour 45 minutes and 22 seconds. A lead at the moment of 3 minutes and 20 seconds, but expect that to change very quickly. Louise Oram with the third fastest time at the moment from Canada. And then down the line, some of these finishers who will slip down the running order as the afternoon progresses.
Yeah, we've only had 16 finishers so far. Many, many more to come, as we've had 63 starters in the women's race.
63, I think the 63 might
63
include
minus
Ida
2,
Bohr.
I think we
Yeah.
had 2 people not
So
starting.
over 60 anyway. In both races, 69 we understand starting for the men. This is the track and road option, or the track option anyway. They do cross the actual road at some points, but runners choosing to make use of a few hundred metres of that track and then dive back into the forest. If they are better track runners, they'll have spotted that option.
But that looks like Heidi Bagsvold, who's being chased by Sila Kinney. Kinney caught up 2 minutes from Heidi Bagsvold. We saw them at the split number 1 together, and they're still together, probably having taken very different route choices in the meantime, but looking to be together again.
I think that was Bagstavold going up the hill, just fractionally ahead at the control. And another runner coming in behind her. So the runners are bunching up there, but they do extend, and as they take their different choices, we see them separating. And that's all about the confidence of going your own way and not being sucked into somebody else's performance or decisions. And she looks very comfortable there, Catherine.
Very, very comfortable. She's trying to not to lose too much height crossing the re-entrance, but just sticking on the edge of the flatter ground, I think. Yep, choosing to head towards the path to keep on the higher ground and then attack the control from the top, where it's much easier to see the control. The feature they're looking for is a depression, 5 metres by 5 metres, quite near the top of the hill, so definitely worth staying on the higher ground there.
And most of them are choosing that particular entry point. It's almost identical when they do dip their shoulder and turn in, because they're fairly sure they've hit the right
But great punching technique, I think, from Kinney there. She's able to move off into the next control, which is not too far away. They've got a lot together.
There's the variety of Basset going around one side of that expanse of water and the others taking the left-hand route.
I think Basset losing some time there and also being fairly slow actually into control number 7. It's tricky to see all the micro mistakes and route choices that are being made, and all that looks like someone's struggling to get up the hill.
Somebody's in trouble on the rocks. It's not Alexanderson, though. She's managed to make good progress up the crags, and
I think it looks like it was Emma Johansson who started 4 minutes before Tove Alexanderson that was having trouble going up the slope. But Tove Alexanderson looking fairly strong so far.
Probably running on a good blast of adrenaline, I would have thought, after her midweek performance. That will have helped her enormously.
Of course, though, we could hopefully she's recovered very well from her middle distance. Of course, a lot of energy required for that, and we saw her just collapse over the line afterwards. She's got to regroup, regain her composure, regain her form, but is looking pretty good through the terrain here. Just no fear, picking a great route through the forest.
Her time is featuring fairly prominently now amongst the fastest times as she goes round the course, and we'll get a good indication of it here to see how she compares. Looks like she's going to slot in round about Nordeberg's time.
Yep, Nordberg's just posted that time of 3rd place in control number 5.
So no great 5 minutes over the first 4 there. That's nothing at this stage of the competition. And keeping good pace. It's not at all like the urgency required because in midweek, because there is much more to be done here. There, confirmation that Alexanderson has gone in under 3 minutes behind. That's eminently challengeable. And we would expect her to eat into that, I think, Catherine,
Yeah,
over the piece.
She'll have good strength on the final part, and now we can have a look at the replays and see which way they went. Gempele, of course, going around, but Alexanderson picking up not too many of the paths, picking up a path there, but being able to have good strength through the terrain. Not quite in the lead. I think Gempele's choice to go around the track around the road, has paid off significantly. As you can see on the synced replay, she's very close. And now Vida into that control. Alexanderson looking hesitant and coming a bit too high before dipping into the control in number 2. But Vida looks like she must have made a bit of a mistake on the edge of the circle. She was trying to look for some of the vegetation changes. Not always the most reliable things to look at. I'm sure the maps is fairly accurate, but the contours are always the best thing to go off. That's what I always say, that the contours never change. The vegetation is more likely to change or slightly harder to see, possibly. The contours are always the same.
Well, the concentration is high, the excitement level is building. The crowd has not thinned significantly. They've all stuck gamely to their positions, waiting, pondering, watching every move on the large screen to see where these decisions are made, to see where their favourite runners are heading. And always the colours, magnificent colours. It doesn't matter what age you are, orienteering is for you. You might not know where the screen is, but all ages and all sorts of people here from all sorts of countries. Cecilie Friberg-Kleisner is heading for the finish.
And that's the last control that you can see there, just waiting to see where she comes. We had a look at this control yesterday. They're approaching it from a height. It's maybe fairly difficult to see, but at least they've got the yellow tapes, I think, to guide them. They've also got to navigate a fairly large crag coming down. There looks like there's one point where they can hit it and they can get a good solid ramp down, not too steep, but then there are other points where it looks very treacherous. You just got to hit it spot on. As we see Denisova coming through the run through, looking very strong.
And our cameraman just trying to find Kleisner, because then she'll have it in mind that she knows she's going to skip onto, and here she comes across the road.
She's trying to look out for it. She hasn't spotted it yet.
Yeah, she's got it now though. Comes round over one side. Quick stab and away she goes, off across the road. Quite safe. The traffic is being delayed there when the runners come through, and here she comes into the arena. Way to our left, we can see them coming down from that point. We're not that far from the road, and she can pick up some speed on the incline here, but they have to be careful. There's a couple of dodgy small ditches coming down here. And there you see the road in the background. She's in good shape, in good form, but she's going to be a good 2.5, 3 minutes possibly behind Basse's time, and she gets a good hand going through the arena. So that's a reasonably good finish from Kleisner from Denmark, going all the way through the line. And well, she looks fresh enough.
Oh no.
Yeah, disappointed. Disappointed though. There's a story perhaps to be told there.
Yeah, she's probably thinking of a few route choices where she's messed up, not feeling the strongest. She got gold though in the sprint relay. That's a great achievement for her, and she was 35th last year in the long, hoping to make up some of that time.
Now, Kat Taylor, how's she doing at split 1? Started very confidently and very good shape. Let's see how she makes it up this slope here. Gemperle's time is still the best there. I'm looking at one of the stages, followed by Vida, followed by Alexanderson. There we have one of the British runners taking off. One of the men has left the arena now, heading out into the course. I think it was Alan Cherry, was it?
It was.
Yep.
It was indeed.
Alan Cherry. And here's Kat Taylor. So we have Great Britain to the left of us and to the right of us at the moment.
Yeah, Kat Taylor will be used to this terrain. She's been living in Uppsala for a bit, but I think decided to move recently. She wants a bit more of different challenges, different places to push her and to improve her orienteering technique. And then she was working for an au pair a bit in Sheffield last couple of months, being able to get some good hill runs in hilly Sheffield up on the fells. Hopefully this will be paying off for her, being able to get some distance and a bit of change of pace to give her a bit more motivation. But she's already down she's just approaching control 4 there, not got to control 5 where we take the split, but she's already down on the fastest times, already out of 10th place.
All about preparation as much as execution, I suppose. Here again, this path option, running along the track.
It's a very, very sensible option to take, especially later on, and this is Emily Kemp.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how her time is holding up, because such an accomplished performer in midweek may have taken a lot out of her. But we'll soon get an indication as she comes to the split time. We'll know exactly how she's doing in relation to the others.
It's looking reasonably good here for Emily Kemp. She's still got to make a bit of a climb and head up. I think she's being followed by Anna Backman, and I think Holly Orr is one of the runners in the pack as well.
So just checking her time here. She's going to be some perhaps beyond Bagstavold, but certainly in the 3 fastest or fourth fastest perhaps at this stage. So that's
yeah,
encouraging.
Is she going to head out to the track? I think she is going to avoid this big re-entrant to the right here before she takes a very similar route to as we've seen most of the runners take here.
So the Great British runner, number 26, going through the arena was Joe Shepherd, who went from right to left past us on the pass. So very busy now, the arena, with runners heading in two lanes, one direction, and then the third direction is the actual start as they go from left to right. And here's another finisher. Number 31 coming in. It's Susan Loisch, who we saw earlier. The German runner, we followed her, and she's had a tough time.
But into the lead though, quicker than the time of Basse.
She just realised she's in the lead.
And she's very happy to go into the lead at that point.
Yeah.
1 hour and 44 minutes and 6 seconds.
So the time is coming down significantly.
And this looks like picking up Kat Taylor again. Just checking her map and looking around a lot. She's being very careful heading into control number 5. And here we go.
We'll just check her time now, see where she's going to appear in the list. There we go. She's moved into, according to that, into the 3rd fastest time at control 5.
No, 26th fastest, I'm afraid.
Sorry,
not that
26th.
good.
I'm looking at that particular screen. 26th.
She's 9 minutes behind, and that looks like Kat Taylor's had a difficult time so far.
Just picking up my different screens there.
We've had Holly Orr going through the split number 2 in 6th fastest, as well as Anna Backman going into 5th place at that point. But we're only waiting for a few more runners to hit our TV control. We're just waiting for Svetlana Mironova. Kat Taylor was the 2nd fastest to start, but looks like Miranova's called up a bit of time on Kat Taylor, but not quick enough to challenge the leaders.
No, here she comes. Just skipping up there. She now knows where she's going, and she's working out the parameters after that in her mind. There are the times flicking through.
Yeah, Mironova into 22nd. Can't quite see it on there, but yeah, just behind the times of Anna Backman and Signe Klinting.
Now, just to explain there that somebody doing that kind, when they stop like that, Catherine, it's not that they're in difficulty or they're lost, it's that they're making calculations about the choices.
Yeah, they're just making the calculations, and looks like Kat Taylor just being a bit slow, I think, through the terrain, trying to. She's had trouble with these crags. I think that's what's put her into some difficulty. They're going over the hill just a few places there, trying to find the best route down, and that's dropped her a lot of time, and Miranova's almost caught up. But Gempela's route going on the road, definitely the quickest so far, and that's put her in a great position. I think having the guts to not go straight on these areas when sometimes you think, I'm going to go the quickest, the shortest route that's going to be the fastest. But
there's the confirmation of it. Natalia Gemperle has a 2-minute almost advantage on Judith Wieder at that point at control 5. Tovi Alexander just under 3 minutes. Then we're over the 3-minute mark into 5, up to 6 minutes and 46, nearly 7 minutes between Lina Strand and Gemperle there, between the top 10 or the fastest 10 at that condition, and then the times rapidly becoming longer and slower as these times. Even Heidi Bagstable there, a good bit off the pace at that stage. Here's Denisova then, coming into the finish. This is her last stage. She's almost at home. She can probably pick up the murmur of sound from the arena from there. She has to skip across the road where they can see her coming. We'll pick her up just as she comes down the crest of that hill. Here she comes.
She always looks, it's so composed when she runs, and it doesn't look like she's run 11.2 kilometers, but I'm sure she's feeling it in her legs. Looking very, very strong. Some great results this week, and this looks like it's going to be another absolutely brilliant time, taking a huge chunk off of Loetsch.
She's taking 10 minutes at the moment, just under 10 minutes off Loetsch, and the crowd know it. The crowd have seen that on the clock behind us here, and here she comes. She's finishing very, very comfortably indeed. Anastasia Denisova has smashed the fastest time so far with 1:34 and 22 seconds. 1:34 and 22 seconds. So that's a good time. That is a very, very good marker, and she's very pleased, very relaxed looking about it.
She should be very pleased with that, and she's looking incredibly composed on the run in. We can see some of her times, some of her routes that she's made, possibly not going the straightest route into 13, but 14 and 15 looking very strong. It's maybe possibly more like a middle distance race the last couple of times, a few controls on this course, but they're definitely making sure that they keep their composure and they keep their understanding of the race, and they keep their form through the last controls. They will have known there will be quite a few controls at the end. They'll have been able to have a look at some point on the course at the whole of all of the controls. But an absolutely brilliant time there from Anastasia Denisova of Belarus. But number 32 is Ursula Kadan of Austria. But now Denisova's taken 10 minutes off that time. Everything else looks incredibly slow, as we can see in the background. Alexandra Hospe from America. She was one of the 10th, started in 10th place, so she's been caught by a lot of runners. But Ursula Kadan having a pretty strong finish.
After pre-warning, and it's not 36 seconds anymore. It's less than that. So let's see now the finish from Salakini.
And we've had a pre-warning of the Finnish runner Saila Kinney into the finish. She's just punched control number 17. Got a few more to punch before we see her at the finish, but she's taken a lot of time out of Denisova at control number 11. Kinney was only 30 seconds ahead, and now it looks like a longer time.
One of the American runners just coasting in towards the finish there also. So some of the better runners are beginning to make their moves, and out on the course we await the appearance of the ones who are going to threaten that. Here's Kinney coming to the finish. The Finnish runner heads for the finish. And she will come into view, and it is easing off. The good news is that the rain is easing off slightly, or significantly, I have to say, in the arena. There's still umbrellas up, but it is much drier now than it was.
And I think she's going to be close to the time of Denisova. It was 30 seconds quicker at TV split number 2, but actually she's not got a huge margin ahead of the Belarusian.
She's across the road, and we'll pick her up as she comes charging down the hill now, because she'll have a feeling that she might just be there, because if you keep our eye on the clock counting down, she should be able to do 40 seconds maybe. From there, I think she's increasing the pace. She knows she's got the momentum of the hill. Can she make up the 30 seconds though to go into the lead? Because she's not far away when she comes round this corner. She's certainly not needing 20 odd seconds. It's a sticky finish, but she's got about 50 meters to go. She's going to be very, very close to it. If she can just drive her way over the line, she might just take, she will in fact take the fastest time, and she's taken another slice off it, another 8 seconds of Denisova's time, and that's another improvement. Number 39, Bagstavold, who did so well in midweek, has well, maybe left a lot of her energy in the middle distance run. Looking at the map immediately, that's an indication she's probably made some mistakes somewhere, regretting some decisions. And here we might see here what happened, but comparison between Kinney, Bagstavold and Denisova. There's another couple of runners come charging past us here. They're coming in thick and fast now, the middle order runners of the women's race, number 25.
Yeah, no one making too many mistakes there, possibly a little hesitation into 17. It's difficult to tell, but Kinney had 30 seconds lead at control 11, and now only 8 seconds. Lost a tiny bit of time in the last part of the course.
So Kinney has it. Sally Kinney from Finland has the fastest time at the moment, but just an 8-second advantage on Denisova, and Bagstavold in 3rd place, following her silver medal appearance in midweek. Here's Lena Strand.
We have some more news for the finish. From the finish, as Anna Sarajonga Arkes goes into 4th place, and Signe Klinting of Denmark goes into 7th place at the finish.
So it's all changing rapidly, as is the weather. My slightly optimistic assessment of the situation has been blown out of the water, or into the mud, because the rain has cranked up a notch or two again. And here's Lena Strand.
We've had pre-warning of Gempler and Vida, both looking to be running together. We'll see them in a couple of minutes, a few minutes heading into this same controls that we currently see Lena Strand in.
So these are the favourite runners beginning to emerge into the positions where we can begin to calculate just what kind of impact they're going to have on the finishing time. Now, she ducked in slightly earlier than some of the other runners, I suspect.
And we see Holly Orr going through the arena passage in the rain. She's going to get much more shelter from that as she heads into the forest. But 6th place from Lena Strand. There's not much of the course left. There's a lot of short controls, not many there's probably not going to be many big mistakes made over the past few areas of the course, but it's going to be, you need to keep your head a lot. Now, Rudnaya has taken the route on the track, staying in Norway for a little bit. I was very quick up to the point, and then using some of the flatter parts of the area, some of the marshes, to get a good route into control number 6. But I think hesitant slightly in the circle was Rudnaya. Now Kinney looking to take the faster route into control 8. Got a quicker running as they navigate, slowing down to get across some of those crags. That's proving a difficulty that Rudnaya tried to avoid, but not to any speed. And then actually Kinney taking a route along one of the tracks, I think, to get into control number 9, and that paying off significantly, going ahead of both Rudnaya and Strand.
Joe Shepherd of Great Britain has just gone through, as has Sandra Pausati of Lithuania. They have both finished, and here out in the path, one of the men's runners taking the diving into the forest, having taken advantage of a couple of 100 metres here. We're looking for Gemperle now to see how she's placed at split 2.
We expect her to be running alongside Judith Vida.
Well, I think that might be Vida first, is it?
Oh, difficult to tell from this distance.
Just pick them up as they come closer to the camera.
That looks like the Russian,
Yep.
I think.
Yep.
55, yep, Gemperle.
Gemperle is in the lead there. Or with the advantage going into the forest anyway. And they'll be dragging themselves along here because these are two very accomplished runners. Gemperle, the bronze medalist from midweek.
And this could be one of the quickest times. Very closely followed by Vida. They're very, very close. The women's course not giving them any opportunities to split up, but both women have the experience to know that they need to run their own race through this. They'll probably be feeling under pressure, I think, running with somebody else, just going to make them move that slightly bit quicker. I think it's always very difficult when you're in the forest completely by yourself to get that motivation to just keep pushing throughout the whole thing. As Gemperle takes one of the tracks that's going to lose her slightly more ground. The control is almost on the flat. She's looking for a depression. I think she needs to head slightly further up. She's choosing not to take the track, trying to go the fastest route, maybe believing that her forest technique and that her running speed and her running strength is good at the moment.
She's not breaking her stride much, having a good look at the map. Going through, raising up, and there's Vida on her tail.
I think we could be looking at some of the fastest runners in this course. Some of the other challengers that we see their times coming up are not quite as quick, so they've maintained their lead from earlier as Gemperle goes into the lead with 6 minutes.
Well, there's an indication of just how quickly she is covering the ground, and Vida there showing up. So it's beginning to hot up without a shadow of a doubt, and there's how they're matching each other as they go through on the replay.
Now these ones are synced, so they're actually running together, even though it doesn't quite look like it. I think both Vida and Gemperle are making a mistake. They were going together, I think, on that one into control number 6, pretty much taking exactly the same routes. You can see them running together over almost all of it and choosing to take the southern route to avoid all of those crags. That looks like it was a good decision. And then some of the slightly easier running on some of the less steep terrain as Gemperle makes a mistake and Vida makes a mistake into number 9. They were running the same. Remember, these ones are synced to be at their total running time, but it's not a live time at all. So I think they were following each other, or at least making the same mistakes all the way around. We say they were running their own races, but maybe they weren't.
There's the confirmation of the standing then. 2 minutes between Vida and Gemperle, and then Keeney is 6 minutes adrift, then Denisova 6.5 minutes, and then we're looking at Emily Kemp in 5th place, the Canadian, a good nearly 8 minutes down at that stage, and then Heidi Bagstable slipping steadily down the running order in terms of that time at that position. But 11 minutes of a gap between the 1st and the 10th at split 2 and control 11.
Looks like a lot of things have been going right for Judith Vida in this race. Very different to some of her form recently. She was struggling with a back problem all the way through 2015, but has found out a way to make it work, I think, and managed to come out of her unfortunate fall at the European relays when she had a blackout and ended up with a completely big mistake. She's maybe being a bit careful, but Broskova looks like she was down there.
Well, tricky conditions. As I said, the rain increasing again, and you can tell just the state of the runners as they go through and they pass through the course.
That's Julia Gross from Switzerland. She's down on the time of Natalia Gemperle. Natalia Gemperle found control number 1 with 1 hour and 10 minutes of running.
And she's well down our cameraman, setting off in pursuit.
I think they're also taking slightly longer than the expected winning times. I don't think we're going to get quite as fast as 80 minutes today.
Emily Kemp skips over the crag and heads down to the road. Now we're going to have a bunch finish here.
Yep, she's followed by Anna Bachmann and Christina Kirchlechner.
Kemp not quite looking as comfortable as she was the other day, but that's understandable, but she's still giving it a blast. But she's well off the pace at the moment because the clock has beaten her, but she's finishing very strongly. She's got the legs to pick up the pace on the hill on the way in. Comes round the corner at the bottom. She's made a great impression on this crowd, and she's got a huge hand coming in.
It's probably one of the best run-ins we've seen all competition.
Yeah, driving through. She had something in reserve, held it back for the last 150, 200 metres there, and she's finished well. She's gone into third at that stage with the third fastest time at the moment. Anna Bachmann goes fifth, nearly 6 minutes off the pace, and well, they've given it a good shot.
She has indeed. Well, Emily Kemp was fifth into TV split number 2 with only Vida and Gempele faster than the current leader at the finish, Sila Kinney. So it could end up being a reasonably good result for the Canadian.
Well, she's had a good week, without a shadow of a doubt. She's emerged as one of the great personalities of the Nokian Tire World Orienteering Championships, taking some fluid and taking a good look at the map. But, just blowing a bit, but that's understandable.
I think you can also say that Anna Bachmann's had a pretty good race as well. If you just look at the final few controls, almost like a middle distance race, but it's good to see a long distance race with lots of variation in the types of controls being had. Kemp looking pretty smooth into 15, not too many mistakes, although Kinney and Denisova taking an indirect route into 17, and then Kemp with a very fast last couple of controls, as we see number 49 go through the run through. That's Lena Strand. And I just wanted to say, actually, Bachmann, you can see at the finish there, I think that was a very impressive run from her. She's into 5th place at the finish, and considering she was a late replacement for Helena Janssen, who had a very extreme-looking ankle injury. She was definitely hobbling in the last, after crossing the line in the middle. I think that's a very good, and it's her first senior year. Very impressive. There
was a big cheer there as Fredrik Backman, number 46 in the men's race, took off, which leaves us with around about 20 odd of the men still to start, and they will take round about an hour and a half, a bit more than that. Holly Orr coming into the finish now of Great Britain, skipping across the road, and we'll pick her up as she comes down the hill towards us. Here she comes.
Very concentrated look in her eyes as she makes sure she can navigate the last few areas, the last up the run in, looking very solid. I think you can hear the moisture in the ground.
Well, that could be something like a top 10 place at the moment, but she's finishing very confidently. Another runner coming down the hill behind her there as they group up. Holly Orr comes round the bottom corner and passes right in front of us now. And she's got about 50 metres to negotiate of slipping and slithering up the hill. But it's a good finish from Holly Orr, and that takes her into 8th position at the moment. So she's ahead of the French runner Basset at this stage.
Not quite her 6th in the European long distance championship, but definitely better than her run in 2014 where she was disqualified. So definitely her best long distance result at World Championships level for her. But Anna-Maya Finker into 5th place.
Well, that's another good run. The Finnish runners have come through in the last couple of days. Just some thoughts and some disappointment there. Just you can see the frustration. She knows everyone who goes to the map straight away is usually looking at something that went wrong or some decision that was made that could have been better. All part of the disappointment and the frustration.
But we can see Judith Vida and Mironova both going through at the same time.
And Vida dragging around, dragging her ahead, looking...
Sorry, not Mironova, Gemperle.
Gemperle
Getting
looking...
my Russians confused. I knew it was a Russian kit,
Yeah.
but Judith Vida ahead of Gemperle at this point.
And Vida looks strong, I have to say. She looks very determined going through the arena there. And that time, I mean, 2 minutes, she could easily make that Control 8 time up.
Yeah,
over the
Gemperle,
piece.
the fastest time at Control number 9 so far. But a mistake coming into it, she definitely didn't get her line in that area. I think where there aren't many features. It's difficult to kind of make that sort of accurate place. But maybe she was trying to aim off and trying to hit the steeper ground and then move towards the right.
So Gemperle is setting the pace and beginning to burn the course out there, because all our times at the controls are significantly ahead. We see there the time at Control 9, Alexanderson's time running constantly upwards.
Yeah, Norberg is looking slow, but Alexanderson's time's looking good in between both those of Gemperle and Vida, and she's just been pre-warned into Control number 11, looking for a good time at the moment. And I think we're going to wait for her to come up the track here, or down the track rather.
Here she comes round the corner, and that's fasting, I think we're expecting at this stage, and the second runner coming just behind out of the mist. Not much between them. Always a useful target when you can see the person ahead. That's Mary Fasting, and she'll dip in there.
Yeah, she's a very, very strong runner. And will have run a bit in her home terrain and the leg out into Norway. She's looking very confident through this terrain. I think looking ahead of her to make sure she's on exactly the right track so she can just spike this control perfectly. This is coming into Control number 10. We're just checking she's got the description right, checking that she knows her point of exit perfectly, and she's got that pretty solidly.
And then up the hill and off we go again.
Yep, running with Sabine Houseworth.
So a pattern beginning to develop with Gemperle's pace at the front and Alexanderson on the chase. Vida can't be written off at this stage. So it's a bit early to be picking medalists and final positions, but gradually you see there at Control 11, some of these times already, Kemp's time at that stage, almost 8 minutes adrift.
Yeah, these are the sort of margins we're more used to on a long distance course.
Fasting.
Just
taking her time.
checking, I think they've gone quite far down the hill. They need to be aware that the depression that they're looking for is actually at the top of a whole load of contours, a whole load of a steep slope. So they will want to make sure that they have a bit of climb there, make sure they get on the top. I think the better route choice is possibly going into the path and then approaching the control from the top, where it's easier to see, it's easier to drop into, especially a depression from the top. But it doesn't look like she's had too many problems there.
Valentin Novikov is the latest runner to leave the arena at number 49 out of 69. So around about 20 of the men still to start in this competition.
This is the European champion.
The world champion from the middle distance run this week.
Running with Hauske Norberg. Her long strides making easy work of this type of terrain.
And every time she appears out on the course, on the big screen in the arena, the flags, the Swedish flags are waving. Could she possibly be about to complete a double European Championship, World Championship, 4 gold medal haul, which would be a remarkable achievement, but a lot of running to come from her and others before that can easily be resolved, never mind predicted.
She's already behind the time of Natalia Gemperle, but we'll see how much by. And it's only 21 seconds.
21 seconds, and the crowd like it. They think that could be overhauled, because as soon as the 21 seconds appeared, there was a ripple through the crowd in front of us.
Well, Alexanderson was nearly 3 minutes behind on Gempeler at split number 1, so she's caught up a lot of time, and let's see if we can find out how she did it as we look at all the synced GPS routes. Of course, all the runners wearing GPS routes, GPS trackers. And Alexanderson looking good through some of this Swedish terrain, navigating some of the crags with ease and then being fairly quick. Everyone taking a fairly similar route choice, but not being very direct into control number 6.
And here coming up the finish line just behind Hector Haynes of Great Britain, who's just taken off, is Anastasia Rudnaya. She's gone into 6th place with a good finish, and number 47 has followed her in very quickly, Sofia Hayanen of Finland, so very close there.
Another couple of runners who started only 2 minutes apart finishing together, and we can have another look at Anderson, how she managed to catch up some time on Gempeler. Just looking very swift through a lot of the terrain, and control 8. Alexanderson is still 2 minutes behind, so it looks like this is the one where she brings up a lot of time, choosing the route further to the north and choosing that way to go through the crags, the difficult ravine that's marked there, and that was a key route choice that she took, able to maybe keep some height and I think drop down into control 9 very quickly, and that's really where she's caught up all the time there.
There at the border, where they've crossed 15 metres or thereabouts into Norway. From right to left, Norway on the right. I think I'm right in saying that's the order it went. Lena Strand now to the finish. Coming around that crag. Picked her up, and she has to still to find. She'll know hopefully where the control is by now, and then quick look at the map. She's had a quick look at the road down below her. She knows she has to skip over that eventually. And here she comes. Successfully negotiates that, and off she goes down the road, and the crowd will pick her up. There's the signal that they have seen her come into the arena, as a Swedish runner takes off in front of her, one of the men taking off in front of her at the same time, so they'll both get a lift from that. Here she comes, here's Strand coming down the hill. She'll find her own flags at the bottom of the hill as she comes round on the left-hand turn. Running quite freely at the moment. And she's not going to be far off the pace, Lena Strand, at this stage. In she comes, finishing quite well, quite comfortably. Didn't have too much extra she could offer on the hill, I think. She's left a lot of that, possibly left a lot of her energy in the early races this week. But here we go.
Yeah, this is Vida and Gempeler, and I think looking at the TV split number 2, the medals could be headed for three of a group of 4 women. 2 of them are Judith Vida and Natalia Gempeler, but Gempeler looking in a great spot as having caught up 2 minutes on Vida. Looks like the medals could be heading to Gempeler, Alexanderson, Vida and Hausker Norberg. Of course, one of them missing out.
They are absolutely smashing this time, and they have each other in their sights. Well, at least one has the other in their sights, because here they come up the line running together, number 54 and number 55. They could not be closer. 55 is Gemperle in second place as we watch them. Vida giving it everything. She's at the line now, virtually crossing the line as they speak, and here's Gemperle. We're keeping an eye on Gemperle because it looks as if Gemperle may have the better of it, giving it every last ounce right through the finish. What a battle that's been. What a battle that is. And they both know it. They both know they've been in a race.
The 2 women have been running together throughout so much of this race, just congratulating each other, but Vida looks happy.
Gemperle has stolen it in terms of time, though. She's finished 1 minute and 20 odd seconds, I think it was, ahead. But that has been some battle all the way around.
Yeah, heading very similar routes, of course, running together, though that's not shown on this GPS tracking. Being very careful into 15, taking the climb up and navigating a lot of the crags. and then finding the quick route down into 18. No mistakes made there, making sure they've kept their concentration to the very end. These women have been running for 80 minutes as they get to the last few controls. This is Emma Johansson.
Heading for split 2, and I think the key thing about Gemperle's run was that she was ahead and she stayed ahead.
Yeah, her great time that she caught up just to control number 2 really, really paid off, and she was in first place at TV split number 1 and maintaining that first place into split number 2, and now at the finish. I think that was where she really made a mark at the beginning. It'd be interesting to see the route choices from them there. But Emma Johansson looks out of it, and I think the medals are going to go into to 3 of the top 4 people. I think Emma Johansson's going to be too slow. She's already 10 minutes behind. She's not going to challenge. We've had no news of the last 2 starters, Mironova and Kat Taylor, so far into TV split number 2 either. So I think it's going to be the 2 athletes still out in the field that could challenge are Tova Alexandersson, only 21 seconds down on Gempela at the split number 2, and also it's going to be Norberg. It's these 4 women that we can see here.
Yep.
Norberg does have the potential to catch up Judith Vida, and Alexandersson looks like she's going to have the potential to catch up Gempela. Alexandersson just looking to have just faster speed, and also Norberg and Vida, that's going to be an interesting choice, but Alexandersson looks like she's going to take Gempela.
Well, we'll see, because there's still a bit of time to go. And here a bunch of runners coming through in the middle of the arena, heading out towards the trees again. And a big hand and an even bigger hand coming.
Yep, that's Sabine Houseworth and Mary Fasting.
Because they've picked up number 61, who is Alexandersson. Toby Alexandersson has passed the crowd heading up behind this bunch. She's just about 100 metres behind the 2 runners we're seeing now as they head off into the trees. And she'll have got a lift, a huge lift from that response. That's an indication to her that she's within range.
Oh, definitely.
She's got to feel that.
She really has, and she knows she's caught up Hausken Nordberg. She knows she's got another of them, Sabine Houseworth and Mary Fasting. Houseworth started a whole 10 minutes before Alexandersson, and we can look at some of the trackings heading onto the couple of controls heading before the arena, and it looks like Alexandersson going slightly quicker into control 13 almost at the same time, heading down the ride and across, taking a very straight route. It's going to be so close into the finish. They're almost on top of each other. Alexandersson, though, having a little bit better speed through the arena. This is going to be an incredibly close run, I think. We're just going to have to wait to see where she's pre-warned. We'll get that at control 17, and then we'll see her into the finish. And I think it's going to be a race against the clock.
Well, it is indeed a race against the clock, and here's Julia Gross of Switzerland coming in, heading for the line. She's going to be in the top 10 or thereabouts. That's a good finish from her. Crosses the line in 1:37 and 12. So she goes into 7th position at the moment. So the times have been so far, Catherine, the leading time is a good 6 minutes beyond where the planners thought. So would you put that down to the conditions, or?
Possibly, and I think we also saw with Gempler and Vida running together, they did both make some mistakes actually, and it's difficult to know what the best route choices are. I think some of them may not, they could be in the lead, but they still may not have taken the best route choices. As always, you can always find time to spare on these type of races.
Confirmation of where we are at the moment. Natalia Gemperle leads in 1 hour, 26 minutes and 50 seconds. Judith Vida is nearly 2 minutes adrift. And then a significant gap to Salja Kini of Finland, who's 7 minutes and 24 seconds adrift, and then followed closely by Anastasia Denisova of Belarus, and then Emily Kemp and some of the other runners. Amelia Chatang, well, she didn't quite have it today either, and 20 odd minutes in the first 20 places.
So I think the most likely thing now is that Judith Vida is going to be pushed down into third place. It's going to be between Gempeler and Alexanderson, for the top 2 places, and then it's going to be between Judith Vida and Hausken Nordberg for third and fourth place, and that's where the medals are going to come from. Anderson looking slightly slower than Gempeler here, but they're so close. So they've got to navigate some of these crags to get up onto nearly the top of the hill to find one of the few dot knolls. They've got to make sure that their navigation is incredibly accurate, reading some of these very close contours on a scale of course 1 to 15,000. Gempeler maybe struggling going up some of the crags there. Alexanderson taking it over. It is so close, and it's going to come down to the wire.
And Norberg, of course, was Euro silver medalist at this distance, so she's got form. I mean, she is a medalist, a silver medalist in the European Championship, so well placed to be challenging at this level, and should be amongst the top 3 or 4, and we think she's certainly going to finish there. But Gemperle at the moment looks to be the time to beat.
Yeah, I think we've got the medalists from people that we expected to do well in this terrain. There are people who are very confident, very experienced. I think experience is something that does play off more over the longer distance. If you're more used to the types of terrain, you know your strengths and your weaknesses slightly better, you're better at pacing yourself over the whole distance. You've got a lot of miles beneath you and a lot of training beneath you, and that's what all of these women have done.
They have it in the bank, and they then execute on the day. That is what makes them champions, I suppose, at the end of the day, and they have to deliver, and they've had a major challenge today. The rain has eased off, the umbrellas are down. I see one umbrella, Catherine. This is good news, progress.
It is good news for us, although we're nice and safe in our tent. And it won't really affect the runners very much because the undergrowth will be so wet anyway, but I don't think this area is going to track up very much, and they're all going so many varied ways that it's not going to make too much of a difference. But Alexanderson looking quicker, but making sure she has the best route into control number 16, which is on the middle crag. The control description is middle crag foot. But Alexanderson will have a lot of speed and pace and endurance from her ski orienteering as well. She is one of the top ski orienteers, so a whole load of experience and a whole load of strength, particularly like on these longer distances. And she says she also likes to save energy to run well in competitions. We know she went, before winning the middle race, she went to bed at 1 in the morning, but so she could get up late. She woke up 10 minutes before she had to leave to go to quarantine and ate breakfast in quarantine. She's got it all sorted and very easy into the course here, but actually the gap looks like it's opened up significantly. 15 seconds between Gempeler and Alexanderson. Alexanderson just having a lot of speed into the last couple of controls, and maybe it's not going to be the sprint finish that we thought it was going to be, or such a close finish as we thought it was going to be.
Maybe not.
But Nordberg as well, who was running, I think, with Alexanderson, similar times, looks also like she's taken some of the time out of Judith Vida.
Well, it's all coming to a head because this is Mironova coming down to split 2.
And she looks like she's way out of it. Yep, 10 minutes already in this. She's only heading to control number 10. She is not going to challenge for the medals.
No.
There's a big group of them all roughly 10 minutes down on the lead.
That's too much to make up, and they're running out of map, and they're running out of distance, they're running out of time. It's all against them, whereas we have the competition in its real sharpest form up front.
But a lot of the crowd are running over to the finish run-in as we have the pre-warning for both Tove Alexanderson and Margrethe Hausken-Nordberg, Mary Fasting and Sabine Hausworth. They are all going to be running together, and the camera is looking out for the winner, who's going to make it 4 gold medals this year, 2 at European level, hopefully 2 at World Championships level, and here she is in the front.
Well, we're going to need a slide rule to separate them by the time they come down. She's leading the charge. The crowd have moved to our left. Some of the Swedish runners are in fact joining the finish line here just in front of us, and they're anticipating Alexandersson's finish. They're going to try and drive her over the line. They're using any trick in the book to get down to these controls, and then they still have to negotiate. Look, 4. You could almost put a blanket over the 4 of them. Here she comes, the gold medalist from midweek. Is she going to do a double-double? Because the clock is in her favour, I would say, at this stage. 50 seconds to reach the line. It's perfectly possible for Alexandersson to pick up the double, to match her European double. Here she comes at the turn at the bottom. She'll feel it in the crowd. She has 40 seconds. She's going to beat it by a mile. She's passed us in the commentary position, driving up the last 50 metres. She has the line in her sight. She's going to absolutely obliterate the time. She has taken the lead by a massive 26 seconds. And this time she realises much more quickly than she did earlier. And just to look at Norberg's time, Norberg has driven her way into 3rd place. It would appear from these timings. She has thrown herself over the line, the 4 of them just about piling up on top of each other in the finish arena there. And the crowd knew it, Catherine. The crowd felt it, and they just picked her up. It was like a slingshot driving her over the line.
The atmosphere in this arena is brilliant. So it's the rain's cleared up, everyone is staying and watching, and everyone is applauding the winners. They've been running together for so long, congratulating each other. A brilliant 3rd place, you must say, for Hausken Norberg as well. She's got a lot of experience, and being congratulated by Gempela, who is pushed into 2nd place. And it looks like it's going to be the final results. There is no one left in the forest. Kat Taylor hasn't yet got to split number 2. She's going to be down already in 27th place. There is no one left in the forest to challenge these top runners, and exceptional runs.
Well, it was an exceptional finish to have them bunched like that, but Norberg did come through strongly towards the end. She didn't quite obviously have enough to make it, but she certainly wasn't somebody anyone could take their eyes off as the battle emerged. But Gemperle's run for such a long time was such a significant chance. There are the gaps. 1 hour 26 and 24 for Toby Alexandersson, who has added the gold medal in the long run to the gold medal in the middle distance, and her exactly similar double in the European champion. 2nd place goes to Natalia Gemperle, 26 seconds behind, and then 2 minutes and 1 second with a storming finish, and Margareta Hausken Norberg of Norway. The medals shared between Sweden, Russia, Norway, and a great run from Judith Wieder, who certainly contributed to raising the pace as the race unfolded in the last quarter there. She'll be disappointed to be in that unfortunate 4th place, which is just off the pace and off the medal podium.
But she seemed to be happy with her run, and lots of orienteers like to measure their own personal successes with whether they feel that they've given their best. They've had a fairly clean run, but you was talking about storming finishes, and both Tove Alexandersson and Margrethe Hausken Norberg caught up a place on the last few stages. They were both in 2nd and 4th over the last couple, and caught a lot of time. Now let's have a look at the overall race from the top 4 finishers. Gempela choosing to take the route on the track, which I think proved to be advantageous at the beginning of the race. Anderson also taking a similar route to Norberg, picking up a lot of the tracks into the early stages before crossing the river. Vida choosing to go up one of the slightly less steep re-entrance though, and I think Anderson and Norberg are both going to pick up the tracks. I think it's a case of switching between a lot of the tracks and avoiding most of the crags that Vida gets stuck in there, things like that. Making it easy, simplifying this and using the time to be able to look forwards to the rest of the course. But Gempela's route choice to go along the road was significant, and you can see her taking number 2 in first place. That was incredibly interesting. Anderson only back in about 4th or 3rd or 4th place at this time. But all of them seeming pretty steady going into control number 5, choosing to go to the west side of the lake. None of them going into Norway, apart from Nordberg, evidently wanting to run in her home terrain. This is significant, trying to find gaps through some of these crags, actually, and then using some of the flatter areas where they're able to pick up a lot of speed heading into control number 6. Gempler, though, not attacking the control, not hitting the control spot on, trying to look for it on a fairly steep and very similar looking slope along the whole thing. But Gempler still having a great lead at this moment. Anderson back into 3rd place. And I think this was the leg that really brought Alexanderson into contention for a medal, choosing a more direct route. It wasn't too much running. She managed to navigate some of the crags with ease, and then had a big, long, fast run down actually into the control, hitting the control spot on. this is where Gempler and Vida were running together, both making the similar mistake into control 9, I think, both put off by each other. But Gempler's still in the lead at this point, but not by very much, as they take their controls, the last few controls, making sure they keep their concentration into the end. No one making any significant mistakes in this area, but Alexanderson, although Alexanderson not coming directly into 13, but Alexanderson just seemed to have the speed, I think, into the last few controls. She's, of course, very experienced in this type of terrain, and we know from her middle distance speed that she's not just got the endurance, she's got the raw speed to be able to finish it off. No mistakes going into the last few controls, finding the easy way down the crag, and then looking very, very solid into the run-in, and that was how she won it.
Well, she certainly executed it better than anyone, because she has dominated this week's action from midweek when we were in Tannum, when she won the middle distance gold medal. She's now added the long distance gold medal, Tove Alexanderson. They are confirmation at this stage of where the medals will go in the top 6 finishes, who will appear on the podium. And we really have to reflect not just on the winning position, Catherine, but Gemperle had a bronze in the middle in midweek, and Nordberg is a European silver medalist at this level. So they are dominating. They're in that elite bunch who are certainly better than the pack.
Yeah, we definitely see there's a group of women at the very top of this event, but I think it still all comes down to how you execute the race on the day, and then the people who did it best were the ones who ended up with the medals.
And there could be no happier person, one would imagine, in Sweden right now than Tove Alexanderson, and we will reflect on that as the day progresses, as we now join the long men's run, or the men's run, the long distance run for men, here from Stromstad East in the west coast of Sweden, because if we can have anything that remotely resembles the ladies, the women's match, the women's race, then it will be a fascinating prospect for the next hour and a half or thereabouts. This is the course map for the men.
Yep, they've got a very similar start to the women's course, a very close control at number 1, and then the very long decision points to get to control number 2. Though they actually do have a different control circle, very, very close to the women's. Then a few closer together, heading towards the border of Norway as we pick up their split time at control number 5. Again, a route choice to make. This one, though, a longer leg than the women has, maybe favouring the option to go to the east around Norway slightly more. And then a few more controls close together before we have a phi loop that's going to split them up. And this I think should help us avoid some of the bunching that we've seen in the women's course. I think there'll be significantly less bunching as we get towards the end for the men, which I think is going to be a good thing, make them run their own races. Again, there's going to be a few controls close together, and then the men head up north into this area that's a very different type of forest, much flatter, much more easy to run through. They're going to have to change their technique, as we get their split at Stevie split number 3 at 27, and then a few more controls in the complex area of contours before they head into the finish. So a different looking course, especially with the phi loop. There's going to be some interesting short orienteering where they're going to have to keep contact with the map all the time as they head through the controls. These controls are going to help split the men up as they can take a slightly different route through all of them, although it will mean that they will take all of the controls and all in the same direction. It just means they're split up, so should get less bunching. And we can see one of the runs through the fire loops and seeing the very typical Swedish forest, bits of open, lots of rock particularly in the pine forest, and lots of kind of patches and changes of vegetation, but they'll want to try and ignore most of that as they focus on the more significant features, those being the crags, those being some of the contour features, but fairly easy to run through, although there is a bit of heather and there is a bit of bilberry about, but the men will be able to, as being slightly stronger, they'll be able to cope, I think, with the terrain slightly easier than the women. We'll see a lot of people running quicker through a lot of the terrain, and then we can see maybe catch a glimpse of how big some of the crags are here. Some of them are very impressive, and they will need to be avoided on the quick route choices. I think this is one we can see. Yeah, exactly. Here's one we can see on jumping down them. No fear. And then another one to come back up. And I think this is where we can see a lot of the GPS tracks looking very slow, actually. And a lot of the route choices as our GoPro runner just goes straight up the crag. They're really going to have to avoid a lot of these and plan their route choices, or just be able to look around them enough from a distance to be able to direct their running to a place where they can actually quickly, easily get up the course.
But there is plenty of visibility and runnability in the course. We can see it there, that although the mist and the rain today might affect that to some degree, it's not going to hold them back that much. They're still going to be able to make good pace through this kind of terrain.
Yeah, this will not be too many problems for the men, and the visibility is reasonably good, and they're not quite so much here as we head through the marsh, but then it's easy to pick out the marshes. They can be able to look far ahead of them and pick out a spot that they can run to. So there will be a lot of potential for running in a straight line. And we just found the control here.
So that's the way the men will approach it. I just saw Matthias Kibberts going through the line. Here are the numbers from the earliest starters as we pick out the runners who will finish lower down the order inevitably, because that's just in the nature of the way the race will develop, because some of the bigger names are stacked towards the end of the list of 65, I think it was, runners who are taking to the course for the men's competition. 69 men, in fact, 63 women. And as I said, the bigger names coming in this last 20 or so. Hector Haynes there of Great Britain has taken the course, and then Alistair MacLeod, who's another British runner there. Andreas Kibberts, to name but one, we should keep our eye on. Glebov there at 54, he will no doubt make his mark. Portin also had a good run in midweek. Then we come to the real class. Tranchant, Bertux, Daile, Kibberts again. Hubman, Daniel Hubman, Olive Lunden is bound to be in there at the end. Lucas Bassi, Gustav Berger, and the one and only Thierry Georgiou will be the last to go.
So this is the map, and probably the biggest opportunity for route choices. The women, many of the women, the quickest route choice was the red one, but the planner expects fewer men to take that route choice. They'll have more of the strength and the confidence, well, not necessarily the confidence, but the strength to be able to battle some of the tougher terrain. They'll still want to be picking up a couple of the paths to allow for a lot of easier running in the course. But short is definitely not quickest, as they'll try to play to their strengths, particularly throughout this course. A lot of people have been taking the blue route. The green one heading to the east at the beginning seems to be fairly slow, but many people choosing to approach the control from the south. It's definitely an easier attack point from that direction. And then here is what, for the men, they have a slightly longer leg. Many of them will choose to head east into Norway before heading back, but there is the ability to get into this control fairly easily, following a lot of the marshes where there are a lot of the flatter areas. They'll be easy to identify and easy to simplify, meaning that it'll just be about a lot of running. They can maybe look forward into the later stages of the race to think about some of the route choices that they'll want to take. We can also look at the route choice to 17, an area where Tove Alexanderson caught up a lot of time. Straight is certainly an option here. There aren't any crags to avoid, but avoiding a lot of climb will be key as well. And now we've heard that this marsh into 24 isn't too bad. It's definitely an opportunity to go straight through it, but not knowing how the marsh is, maybe having an experience of some wetter marshes early in the course may force some of the runners to go on an indirect route. And then this leg, the blue one, taking a lot of the paths, and even the red one as well, but some of them will just go straight through the terrain. Although they'll want to, sometimes it's good to have a lot of time when you're not thinking too much about the map. It's not always important to stick in contact with the map, and it's having maybe a good attack point, finding an easy place to attack the control from that's going to be important.
Here are some of the earlier split times, just to see how some of the earlier starters are doing, and some of the names we mentioned earlier. Kenny Kivikas was a name we focused on for some time in the middle. As
Daniel Hubman heading off.
The noise level just goes up as Daniel Hubman leaves the arena. Timo Sild there of Estonia featured prominently in the middle distance race as well, and we should expect him to put down some markers. Magne Daile earlier leaving the running position.
He's a long specialist. He should do very well and second at the Europeans this year.
Ideally suited to this kind of terrain and circumstances. The picture's looking just a bit clearer at that point, but again I see the umbrellas have gone up. A forest of umbrellas in front of us now as the rain comes battering down, and out on the course we have William Lind of Sweden heading for split one.
Yeah, William Lind has picked up 2 minutes on Hector Haynes.
Hector Haynes finding the going just a bit tough there.
This is his first race in this competition, so he will have some fresh legs. He was unfortunately disqualified in the long distance at the European Championship, so will want to definitely be making his mark. He'll have a point to prove, I think. We'll think he will have lost an opportunity in the Czech Republic, but looking to make some time and is already looking good, having caught up Hector Haynes.
Lind going down, and there is a significant amount of climbing to be done, a bit more than the women had to do, 650 meters in all, over the 15.5 kilometers length of the course. We estimate the winning time, or the planner's target, was 95 minutes, just over an hour and a half. As we saw in the women's event earlier today, that slipped slightly for the conditions, or just for the tactical way in which they ran the race. They didn't quite make that time. And the final runners beginning to go outside the arena. Now we have all the runners bar, I think that was Lundanes took off, so we should have Lucas Basse and Gustav Bergman to go towards the end, as the and then Georgiou, so that's all that remains to go.
Yep, a few people, a few different routes, though I don't think the track route, the road route, sorry, the red one made by Novikov is as quick for this time. Søren from Finland taking a bit of time into that control, but Timo still having the best time so far, looking very, very strong ahead of Backman and of William Lind.
A good start from Sild. There, evidence of the downpour, which has dampened spirits just a little bit, but they've been lifted significantly by the stunning win of Alexanderson in the women's competition.
But we're trying to keep the water away from some of our equipment here in the commentary tent.
Just trying to keep our feet above water. Carl Gass of Norway, and he's got some form. Again, the recognisable style of the better long-distance runners. Here's Daniel Hubman, who left the arena just a few moments ago. World ranking position #1. European champion at this distance. is bound to be amongst the top finishers. And here's Olav Lundenes, who's made such a mark this week. Probably one of the fastest starters, I think, going past the commentary position here. Getting into action straight away. Svetkov, the Russian, split one.
He was 13th in the middle distance race here in Sweden, in Tannum, but already has 2 WOC relay golds to his name from as far back as 2010. Well, not that far back. 2010 and 2013. He has some WOC golds from, but he said he prefers the Baltic terrain, maybe not as suited to all this Scandinavian stuff, but it's looking pretty solid so far.
Just being pursued there. You see in the back distance there, having a quick look just to see where he's going to tackle this crag, because this is one of the steeper climbs they have to negotiate. There's no easier way or no more direct way than straight up, and that's where he's coming towards the camera.
But it looks like he's running with Frederick Portin, someone who looked like he was going to be in contention in the middle race and then made a couple of mistakes towards the end and dropped a lot of time. He said he was going to try and put those behind him and move on to the long race today.
Back at the start, Gustav Bergman, who will get, no doubt, a very big hand as he leaves the start. He's in 8th position in the world rankings at this level. Deceptively strong in the earlier races this week. Didn't look like he was the fastest man on the course, but certainly made an impression. And he's being shot through the course, through the arena, by the huge local support, understandably on their home championships.
Already has 1 medal in this championships from the sprint relay. His best long so far is 8th place last year, and he's hoping to do better than that. He's got a good starting position at the end. You see some of the finishers. You see Martinez Terlikas from Lithuania and Ivan Sirakov from Bulgaria looking to post times just outside the 2-hour mark.
Just outside 2 hours, and the maximum for the men's competition is 4 hours. So that's...
But Bergman being pretty careful into control number 1. He already knows about this long leg, but still has to plan it, has to check that he's going to make the right route choice.
And there he heads off down into the gully, having checked that he registered his mechanism on the control point. And I think we're going to have one of the big roars of the day, because here's the legend, orienteering legend Thierry Georgiou, 37 years of age. He is now still, however, in a world ranking position of number 2, like a caged lion in the starting tent.
The defending champion, the quadruple defending champion.
We may very well have treated the middle distance race as a warm-up for this event, and if there's anyone who's going to go out in a blaze of glory, it would be this man. They're going to have a job holding him back, I think, but he looks like he's up for it.
Do you remember his win last year in Scotland? We were not sure whether he was going to do it, but pulled it out at the last few moments of the race.
He's a magician with a map, and he's got the pace, he's got the energy, he's got the legs. Has he got the execution on the biggest day of days? Remains to be seen. An awful long distance, so we reckon he'll be about an hour and a half and more on the route. And here in the early stages, he makes his way, thumps the control.
Oh, and the best one, much better than Bergman through that control.
Yeah.
He already knew,
Yeah.
You could see him sight where he was going just before he punched control number 1, looking very, very smooth and full of confidence, I think.
Jan Sedevi making some good headway.
His best discipline is the middle, but pretty good 15th place in the long distance last year in Scotland. So he could be someone who maybe not challenging for the medals, but could definitely finish in top 15 places again, top 20. He was 10th at the Europeans, so could improve on his best position from the Europeans.
So many runners here who could affect the final placings, because there are so many quality runners towards the end of the field that it's going to take right through to the close of play to find out what the eventual outcome is going to be, especially if somebody like Giorgio is involved. Sedevi. Just ambling away as preparations are being made in the arena for the flower ceremony for the women's competition. Out in the forest, all is quiet as the men begin to get on with the business, but the business end of the women's competition is here in the Stromstad East Arena. The top 6 finishers on the podium, of course, and in third place we have Nordberg of Norway, who ensured that we all needed to focus our complete attentions on what was going on in the top 3 positions, because for so long Natalia Gemperle led the field and must have thought it was within her grasp. She adds a silver medal eventually to her bronze in the middle distance in midweek. And a very fine run it was from all 6 in fact, who finished in the top places. But, however, the winner, the champion, the double champion, the quadruple champion is Tove Alexandersson of Sweden, who has shown the field the way to win a championship and to add it and to multiply it as the week has gone on. And she has undoubtedly marked herself out as arguably the most outstanding women's orienteering competitor of the current season. Anyway, spanning these competitions, winning these trophies and championships is no mean feat, and she did it with such style and such grace, and on home territory too. Could not have been a better finish, and their confirmation of the final 3 positions. Tove Alexandersson gives Sweden the gold medal, Russia take the bronze, and Norway the bronze, silver and bronze.
They are approximately 2 minutes behind. There is a great start from Timo Sild from Estonia. Another one who is running good up there.
Meanwhile, back on the men's race, Taivanen of Finland is heading for split 1. Olli Marcus Taivanen.
Here's someone else like Tove Alexandersson, who's a very good ski orienteer. Have to have a lot of drive, a lot of endurance to be able to do that kind of ski orienteering. But I think that's also, is that one of the Brits? Yeah, looks like it.
Looks like it, yeah. British vest running through there. We'll just pick out the number just to make sure we've got the right competitor, because it could be...
I think it's Alistair McLeod, yep, 156, Alistair McLeod.
Who's just ahead of Taivanen. Taivanen may be catching him up, I suspect, there. So he's proceeding through to split 1.
Trying to find the best route up these rocks, but caught, we can see in the background, by Taivanen.
That's Taivanen's made up the time on him. So that might even out in some way as they go forward. Just looking for their positions as they go through the trees there. Here's McLeod coming up the hill.
There are a lot of people out there in the forest, actually. A lot of people that you're going to have to ignore. Lots of photographers. He just heads it quickly into Norway and about 15 meters into Norway.
There, the border. As we go, if you look up the hill, that's the marker of the border between Norway and Sweden. Norway on the right-hand side, Sweden on the left as we look at that picture. And everyone going into Norway, getting back out of Norway quite freely, making the ground, eating up the ground. And there are some of the times at control 5, top 6. Just see where Taivanen fits in. Glebov, the Ukrainian, beginning to feature there again. Svetkov, they did well midweek and could well be pushing for a time. Unlikely that they'll burst into the top 3 places, perhaps, but nonetheless, they won't be too far away. McLeod maintaining the gap on Taivanen. Just because Taivanen can clearly see him, he's not far away from him. And down he goes into the trees.
Now they both look like they've going to take very different routes. They've got to navigate around a fairly large lake, taking the right route. Taivanen looks like he could be heading back into Norway. That's definitely one of the options, picking up a large track to give you a fairly easy running. But now we can have a look at some of the routes on this long leg. And Timo Sild currently has the fastest time into control number 2, a whole minute and a half faster. Being very, very quick. I think he picked up, there's a fairly small track just to the north of the pink line, and that's what Timo Sild was able to pick up, and then swap to another track further down, further south, and he's been able to use that to get some quick running and posting an impressive lead so far.
Taivanen just 2 minutes adrift there. Here's Andreas Kibberts, the first time we've seen the great Swiss runner out in the field, and he's going well.
Now is it possible to believe he's not run a World Championships long distance before? He's previously just did Midland Sprint, so perhaps a different experience for him, but he's definitely done some at the top level before. He was 34th in the European Long Distance Championships. Just checking his map, making sure he keeps in contact with the map.
And Matthias Kibberts, of course, won the men's competition in midweek. And 2 of the other runners we'll see later on featured prominently. Obviously, Olav Lundenes and Daniel Hubman, the other 2 medalists, will need to keep a beady eye out for them as the competition develops. But Andreas Kibberts, steady, safe progress. So the current leader, it would appear, is going through the arena at the moment. They've just picked up their water bottles on the way through there.
I think it looks like Vincent Coupa, who's got the fastest time at TV number 2, which is control 19. He's caught up a bit of time on, looks like Giacomo Zaganel from Italy.
We're just watching Kibberts coming up to split 1. Give us an idea of where he's positioning himself at this early stage, because that will give us a clue to what we should be looking for from the other runners behind him, more than what's happened before him. Skidding down these crags. Not a particularly demanding section in terms of having to battle through foliage, but it's just having the confidence to pick the right line. There's Sealed at 28.15, and then Lind second, and we'll see now Kibberts already 2.5 minutes adrift there at control 5, but that could easily be chewed up before he's finished.
Yeah, I think that just shows how good Sild's route choice was. He's already got a solid 2 minutes out of most of the rest of the field from his decision to stick to most of the paths, picking up some of the indistinct paths into control number 2.
So it looks as if Kibberts has got a bit to do here, because he's 3 minutes or thereabouts adrift. That's a good bit. He's in 6th place, but that's it's manageable. He could certainly eat into that, just slipping and sliding over the difficult rocks there.
Most people choosing to take the route slightly south of the terrain. So it's all synced up to, I'm not sure whose time it's synced up to, but Sild was definitely able to take a good route, and most of them are maybe getting stuck around some of the terrain, just going through the terrain, trying to navigate. There's a fairly large stream that they have to cross at one point, but we pick up Tranchon.
First time we've seen Tranchon out on the course, and he's making good steady pace. But again, he'll be one of the runners not featuring probably at the end of the race, but nonetheless is an accomplished runner and making steady progress in the open ground. And just having a look here to see where he will fit in. He's going to be round about 4th or 5th.
They're all grouping around about the 2 minutes behind Timo Sild.
Linda's almost at the 2 minutes mark, so basically it's one man in the pack at the moment.
Sounds like it, but Sild I think will probably be his big aim across the next few years, or definitely be next year in Estonia as the World Championships heads to his home country.
He's got a lot of running to do before he reaches that, but he's certainly laying down a marker here.
Indeed, and I think Tranchon decided to pick up the path the same as Sild, but taking a different route into the control. And then going too far north, trying to avoid that bit of green, but definitely going too far north, going too far up the hill, and having to come a lot further south afterwards. Kibert's also having a bit of problems between controls 2 and 3, not taking a very direct route, and also he chose a route choice that passed all over quite a few crags, definitely slowing him down quite considerably.
Just that 2 minute gap is the problem at the moment for the chasing pack. They're just not beginning to make too much ground on our current leader. But I think that is our Latvian runner. I think it's Bertuks down in the mist. Mist, if anything, falling out on the course. Magne Daile of Norway, as some of the runners go through the arena, taking on board some fluids, helping them on their way, giving them a little bit more energy. Quite well bunched up as they go through here, the middle order. And eventually we'll begin to see the faster runners catching these runners. I suspect the lower order ones still toiling their way through. But Delia will be amongst the ones who could make a difference, because he's world ranked number 6 at this distance.
Yeah, he was also second at the Europeans in the Czech Republic, so has got some great form. We'll see if he can challenge the lead, or whether Timo Sild's time, quick time that no one seems to have been able to catch yet, is going to stand.
But this will be familiar territory for him. He'll be well used to this terrain, and will feel quite at home, almost literally, as he comes up towards split 1.
But he's already late on the time of Timo Sild. He's already 1 minute down.
So Sild's time looking quite strong at the moment, although it's by no means unbeatable.
Yeah, this is only 4.5 kilometers through the course, which has a total of 15.5 kilometers. So 2 minutes. 2 minutes is nothing in this kind of early stages of the course.
Sebastian Inderst, the Italian, has just crossed the line. One of the earlier starters. He started at number 11 all that time ago. Because we have just a reminder here on the live centre that we have everybody on the course. And their confirmation that Sild's time is good, but Backman 1:56, and then Lynn just a second adrift off that. Swedes in second and third place. Tranchant, the Frenchman, fourth as we go beyond the 2-minute mark. Rollian, a new name we haven't seen so far. The Swiss in fifth place as we stay with Delia, just to see how he can negotiate this, because he's going to drift beyond fourth. He may, unless he gets a move on, he may end up in fifth or thereabouts at control 5. He's just made it into fifth spot.
And Daly trying to make his mind up about where to go.
Yep.
It's very important, I think, that they stay in contact with the map. They maybe have less time to plan controls. It's also less crucial. Let's have a look at the replay of control number 1. Sild's decision to take a lot of the path route proving very decisive, and Bertuk's, I think, having a very, very sudden change of plan. No, I've no idea. Oh, I know why he's done that. He's picked up a track, kept going on the track for longer, but that's not really paid off, I think. It's fairly easy running going through the fields at the end there, not useful at all to take the track.
They're a good example of the clear vision and runnability of this course in some of its areas here. Very perfectly flat there, not that much foliage to slow the runners down as our cameraman takes off in pursuit. Kivikas of Estonia, Kenny Kivikas, has posted a sharp time.
Yeah, and this is the area, this is split number 3, the area that the planners told us was very, very easy to run in, and it looks just that. Pretty solid ground to run on, not too much underfoot, and yeah, he could hit the boulder spot on and out towards some of the greener areas. He's just got a few more controls now before he heads into the lead, but a 26-second lead over Kenny Kivikas, who is the current leader at the finish, is looking pretty good.
And I can just imagine the later runners, your Hoopmans, Georgiou in particular, eating up the ground across that flat piece of terrain. And that's the kind of space that they will appreciate. Kibbert's having a look around, and almost I thought he had a look at the marker and thought he would go up there, but our boundary marker for the border is disappearing in the mist.
But Kibberts is already late on the time of Timo Sild. Not looking good for Kibberts at the moment. Possibly not a good route choice to number 2, losing a lot of time.
Matthias Kibberts, this is, and their Sild's time. Svetkov, the Russian, Novikov, the Russian. All 30 and 30 seconds between them, so a significant gap, but by no means insurmountable. And there's Andreas Kibberts featuring amongst the leading times at 3 minutes. Now he could certainly make that up. Glebov, 10th place at control 5. Taivanen, who's maintained his pace. And then the lower order, 3.5, heading for 4 minutes.
This is Cass.
Backman in second place there at control 5. Lind, the Swedes, doing well.
Holger Dagerkas looks like he's caught up enough time, a bit of time on Matthias Kibberts, who started 2 minutes in front of him. May well soon catch the runner from Switzerland, but still down this time of Timo Sild, although we'll have to see if Sild is able to carry this speed through the rest of the course. I expect some of the others will be stronger in the final stages.
Tranchant, the Frenchman, appearing, will pick them up as we see them later on. The bells are going every time the Swiss Daniel Humban appears on the screen. The flags are waving away to my left. I see a huge Swiss flag.
The Humban fan club are very active. I even saw Daniel's daughter Lena wearing a little Humban fan club top.
Such is life if you're a Hoopman. I was hearing all sorts of cars and horns going as some of the club were moving around Stromstad the other night. They bring their own colour and character to the competitions. And here's Sild's time at control 5. Hoopman drifting beyond a minute here, but that's nothing really to Hoopman. He could certainly have a go at that as the course develops and unfolds in front of him. Just have to watch that clock now to see if he can snuggle in second place, whether he's going to be quick enough coming up this open slab of rock.
You've been just checking his map to make sure he is exact in the circle, so he knows exactly where he's going afterwards. He's so close to control. Yeah, he's just going to sneak in ahead of Bachmann. Already 2 golds and 2 silvers just in the long distance to his name at World Championships level. So someone with a lot of experience, and we saw experience being the key in the women's race. It's probably going to be similar. But here's Olaf Lundenes.
Aha, now we have a minus time, so he is going to sneak ahead of Silt at this stage. He's just done it. He's sneaked 4 seconds off the pace.
The first man, possibly the only man, to catch up on the time of Timo Sild, and he's catching up on Daniel Hoopman as well. Here's some tracking here. A mistake from Kibberts going too far up into the forest, missing control number 4, and then they've chosen different routes to control number 6. This could prove decisive. I think it's not quicker heading out onto the track this time for the women's course it wasn't. They've got a different control though, the men.
Confirmation there at split 1 at control 5, how Olav Lundenes has established a new time just 4 seconds ahead of Sild, Timo Sild and Daniel Hoopman. In 3rd place at the moment on that stage, with Bachmann in 4th, drifting to 2 minutes and beyond. So hotting up out there on the course. Just as the lower order then disappears down to 3, 4 and beyond minutes.
But people not losing too much time, I think, actually, over on this, the long distance control. Only 5 minutes or so lost so far on some of the people down to 30th place. So that time could very easily change, and it's, I think, more about the execution. As the planners were saying, it was definitely more about the execution of the route choices than the route choices themselves. This looks like Vincent Coupa, and the very fast running up at control number 27 at the far northwestern corner of the map, an area where the women didn't visit. Picking out this boulder, very easy to pick out that boulder in this sort of terrain. It's the only one there, and they can head very, very straight. It's not as difficult to keep your line on a compass bearing in this sort of terrain when you can easily slide ahead. There's nothing to disrupt your running.
But this is fantastic style. This is ideal style for this type of condition, and you can just imagine the faster runners now when they come up here, and some will take advantage, as we'll see here, of the better conditions of the track, and this is developing into a bit of a foot race. We have a good group here. Timo Sild, in fact, we're picking him up as we see one of the British runners going through the arena. There's a whole group here, 3, 4, 5, 6 runners all in a group. Now it's very difficult for them not to be...
Luke did nothing to split them up here. Timo Sild at the back of the group.
Now he has to be very careful that he doesn't become distracted by what's going on round about him, this bunch, that he stands his own ground and manages to negotiate his own route through the markers. Just bumping into each other, coming up the incline as they pick their way through.
Yeah, they've still got another control to go before we reach the split, and I think it's definitely better to head up onto the higher terrain here, maybe pick up the path. They're looking for a depression, but still 7 minutes ahead.
7.5 minutes, that's a considerable swatch out of the time, and that will have certainly woken people up in the arena, because they're all engrossed in these timings appearing on the screen, and look at how close they are. Some still taking that slightly wider route
They're able probably to sense if someone goes too far different for them, but they are able to run their own race.
And they're all bunching down, heading down together in a group.
And here we can see how they did it. Timo Sills still in the lead, having good speed through to control number 6, so they're struggling actually to get into the control. And now we see how the fire loop is going to separate them out as they take slightly different routes, although all taking the same controls in the same place. Same controls in the same, all heads them in the same direction, but still having a good strong lead still into control number 18 and 19. He's gone into the lead. We can confirm he's into the lead at control 19, 2 minutes ahead of Fredrik Backman, who's also 2 minutes ahead of Milos Niederkim, and who's 2 minutes ahead of Mikko Siren.
Now, Gustav Bergman looks to have lost his bearings here, and there's some apprehension in the arena as Bergman, well, maybe he was just looking at his route, his exit route, rather than where he thought the control was, because he just seemed for a few seconds there to lose his bearings, but it's the first time he's appeared back on the scene as he comes back into the range of our cameras. Going round and down now into the gully. And we're just checking to see he's going to be slightly outside, possibly even into third place, outside second place anyway, for sure. And coming into the stadium to the lower order runners. Here's Georgiou, skating to the top.
You can hear the crispness of his metal dobs on the rock, giving him some sort of stability.
Didn't spend too much time taking a look at the borderline because he has other things on his mind. Here's Bergman now. He's going to be 2 minutes adrift, so he's going to be down 4th, 5th, or thereabouts. He's in fact going to be in 6th place as the Norwegian Lundanes establishes the fastest time at that control point. There's Georgiou now, weaving his way down in his own style, arms waving. Hoopman in 3rd place. Let's have a look at Georgiou's time. Coming up here, he could very well move into 3rd place now. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen because he's beginning to make a move, is Georgiou. Having a look around, and if you can skirt through here, he's now moved comfortably into 3rd place, and that 45 seconds on that time there is something that he can quite easily cope with.
Yeah, that's not very much this early stage of the race. Let's see where they all went. Olaf Lundanes currently has the quickest time to control number 2, followed by Timo Sills. All of them trying to hit up on that path there, being very, very quick through the routes. But Timo Sills' route at the beginning was still very, very credible. But they're all fairly similar times. This group that have managed to get about the 2 minutes ahead, behind, of Olaf Lundanes.
Here coming into the arena is number 126 Alexei Alexionok of Belarus, giving it everything coming around that corner, and he's going to finish in just under the 2 hour mark. Throws himself across the line. That's a great effort from Alexionok. So Kivikas established a faster time there. Kenny Kivikas of Estonia, who is not out of it by any manner of means. Here are the standings at the finish, because Kivikas has posted the fastest time at the finish as we have it at the moment, and Alexionok has in fact gone into 2nd place. Krajic 3rd, and then the slower times, but these are times which will have very little significance at the end of the competition, I suspect. This is Baptiste Rollier of Switzerland, heading for control 19 now at the 2nd split. Silt's time still to the good there at that stage.
looking pretty strong. He's got a fresh pair of legs, this being his first World Championships race this year. Looking ahead through the forest, it's quite easy to see at this point. Obviously, they've had a change in terrain, the type of pine forest they've gone through, maybe had to change their technique, or at least their running style a little bit to compensate for that. But Rollier looking pretty good and close to the time of Timo Sild, the one that we're all that we're essentially comparing everything to at the moment, because he's stormed through with a very fast time early on.
And on they go along the track. Silt's time there, still 2 minutes to the good over Bachmann. So Rollier is not going to manage to get too close to that. Silt is rapidly proving just a bit of a tough nut to crack now. Let's have a look at these timings. This is split 1, control 5. Olav Lundenes of Norway has made a move, and he's now got ahead of Timo Sild at that point, and then Georgiou in third place, some 40-odd seconds behind that. But then Daniel Hubmann, all these names, even Bergman in 7th place, Tronchon, they begin to slip after that. And now coming through the arena, making a pass through the arena is number 146.
It's Fredrik Backman.
That's Backman of Sweden.
Closely followed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runners immediately behind him.
Yeah, this is the group with Timo Sild in it. It also has Milos Niederkim, Mikko Siren, all of the group that we saw punching TV split number 2 at the same time. They're all still together.
Still together. They can't shake. Nobody can make a move. Here's Coupin, though, the Frenchman, coming down to the finish. Skips across the road. Now, we'll have a look at his time, because I suspect he's going to be able to do something interesting here. Here he comes down the hill, and he has about 200, 300 meters to go. He's going to slice this apart, because Kivikas' time is not going to be good enough to hold this man off. Here comes Vincent Coupin round the corner. He's in our sight now, passing directly in front of us, giving it everything he's got, coming slightly up the hill. 8 minutes and 17 seconds he has taken off Kenny Kivikas' time. Our Frenchman, Coupin, has the fastest time at the finish. Well, that's a good run, Catherine.
A very strong run. Oh, a little shave of his head. I think he found it very, very tough out there. Here's our synced time going into control 6. You can see the very, very different routes. Still choosing to take a route possibly avoiding most of the crags. Lundenes just gone through one of the big ravines there. The crags are very, very impressive in this terrain. And Lundenes and Sild looking to be the ones that have taken the most time out of the others into control number 6. But there's a lot of flat running. There is a bit of flat running to go to control number 6, where those that are the fastest can take a lot of time.
Still plenty of action out on the course as they come towards the closing stages of the competition. We have just about an hour left of the action here at Stromstad East. But I suspect the resolution will come well before then, because we have some runners, particularly involving this group here: Bergman, Hubmann, Lundenes and Georgiou, with Silt out there too. None of them at the moment can be written off. And they're the live sync of how they were at that point, and we're waiting for them to come, somebody to come around the corner here, just onto the track.
There are 3 Swedes in contention. I think one of them is William Sild.
This is Lind, number 1-5.
William Lind. I'm getting confused between Sild. William Lind is definitely one of the Swedes in contention.
And he's lost just for a fraction there. He had lost his bearing, I think, going ahead of himself, trying to get towards the control and onwards, but he's regained his momentum, heading for split 2.
As we get more news from split 2 that Valentin Novikov of Russia has gone into 5th place, but 5 minutes and 19 seconds down on the lead of Timo Sild.
as the course unfolds, so the options narrow. Sild, the Estonian, is in the lead at control 19.
Now William Lind knows he's got to climb up a lot to get to the depression. The cameraman's preferring not to follow him.
Understandably, perhaps. There he is down in the distance there, coming up the other side of that ascent, and he'll go over the crest there. And he's beginning to lose time there, I think, because he's going to go at least into third at best. Finding it tough going, I think, Lind. He's found his mark now, so that's put him into third place at that point, control 19.
But there's much further to go from here for the men than there was for the women. The women had a few shorter controls to go before they reached the finish. The men have a lot longer. At this point, they're 10.5 kilometres through the course. They've still got another 5 kilometres to go, and 2 minutes could be made up in there as we follow Hector Haynes.
Great British runner, striding across one of the more open parts of the course. Moves smoothly through there, and that puts him in 6th place at control 19, which is not a bad effort at that stage. See how Lind and Sild and Bachmann were coping on the replay here with this control.
Lind heading, choosing a way to get up the group of crags before heading into the area that's a bit flat, a bit easy to run, and then going straight through before hitting up this path and having a bit of speed to head towards the control 18 and control 19.
Round they go. So just a hint of sunshine coming through the clouds as it's dried up again in the arena, just a hint.
It's impressive how many people have stayed to watch the final stages of the men's race. Of course, the spectator races were from 9 o'clock this morning, so many people have been in this arena for a long time.
Very few have moved, I have to say. The occasional disappearing act, but largely speaking, all the club flags are still flying up above us here. Now to the finish, the Irish runner, Nicolas Simonin, coming down and looking for his mark.
It's difficult to see approaching this control from the top, but
it would be very easy to overshoot it, I think, but we haven't seen anyone doing that yet. They've been very careful on their approach. He comes across that road and then heads down into the arena where we pick him up. And he's about going to be nearly 8 minutes away, so that could put him up. He could threaten the second and third places as they are at the moment. He's finishing very strongly as Simonin. Yeah, he's going to post a decent time in terms of what's on the board at the moment, passing us in the commentary position now, heading up the last 50 metres straight. And there he manages to break the 8-minute mark. He moves into 2nd place at the moment on that. That's a good run from Simonin. And out on the course, number 152 is Portin, the Finn, the flying Finn. So these are now the important characters coming into play as the times tumble.
very easily into that control. Looking around him to make sure he got just spiked it just perfectly down just off the rim of the flat.
And off he goes. Running very, very comfortably, I have to say. He's had a good tournament. Made a good impression in midweek where we had him featured for quite a time.
Now apparently, did you know this, Hugh Dan? You can tell what sports people are about, or what sports people are likely to do by where they look with their eyes. So some people, like football players, are more likely to look at their feet, or hockey players, things like that. People like basketball players might be looking in the air around them, but orienteers look around them a lot, and we're
Yeah.
very difficult to spot. People often don't know what we are when people are just looking at their eyes where we're looking just on a normal run, but orienteers are always looking around into the terrain, trying to relate the ground to the map and the map to the ground.
I'll bear that in mind when I think I'm being ignored by orienteering colleagues. But he's looking good. And here, number 130 is Antonio Martinez Perez from Spain. Just going to, if he can raise his pace just a bit, he might break the 2-hour mark. And the New Zealand runner also managing, he's ahead of Martinez Perez at the moment. He's just finished. With the Spaniard coming round and heading for the line, and he's 12 minutes adrift off the time. So he'll move into round about 5th on the time at the moment. 6th, in fact, 12 minutes and 9 seconds adrift. These times, as I say, will drop, and number 118 is looking in some trouble here. Coming round the corner, he's picked up an injury. Felix Spaeth of Germany, huge hand for him, encouraging him to make the line. It's going to be a very brave finish because he looks like he's in some trouble. He's the only runner we've seen in any distress whatsoever, and he is going to make the line, cramping heavily as he gets over the line. That's a very brave finish, suffering from cramp there, it would appear. And here at pace is the Russian, Svetkov. Dmitry Svetkov is picking up the pace. And just a feeling there that some of these later finishers now, Catherine, are on the open ground beginning to give it a blast.
Yeah, they really are. They have the strength throughout the whole of the distance to be able to push it, and you've seen they've not been tiring as much as some of the earlier runners. They can really use their strength and use their endurance. They've all been training for this race. They know they knew it was going to be a long one. They knew what the type of terrain was going to be like. This is not too bad to run through, so making light work of it.
So Svetkov's time is still a good bit adrift of Silt. He's even adrift now of Haynes and Novikov of Russia. And going through the arena is the Swedish runner, 151. It's William Lind going through the arena, heading out to our left. Big hand for him. Very easy to pick out the Swedish runners as they come near the arena. So the calculators are out, everybody looking to see. There's another group negotiating that long run.
We can see Haynes made a mistake. He went to 13 before 12, having to go back. I think maybe a compass error, just going slightly off, looking for a similar feature. Looks like Hector Haynes heading through the run through.
It's him just going through the arena there just now.
He was in 7th place at control 19. Looks pretty good.
Jan Sedevi, Czech Republic, winding it up. And we haven't seen Hubman or Georgiou. They're out of range at the moment, so we need to bear in mind that these runners are still winding it up. Andreas Kiburtz, Tranchon, all still out on the course with a big say in where the medals are going to go. Sedevi. Rollier also featuring still there in 4th place, so he made a good run there to get to that position. But he's been knocked down at control 19 by Sedevi.
But none of the top runners have come through this checkpoint yet. We're still waiting. They're going to be a few more minutes before we see if any of them have managed to catch any time up on Timo Sild.
Expectation level building up. The Swedish flags
And we've seen Timo still pre-warned into our TV control number 3, but he looks like he's lost a bit, I think, on the pack of Fredrik Backman and Milos Niederkim and Mikko Siren that he was running with. Yeah, we look out for him now.
Backman, it is.
Yeah, Backman was running with Timo Sild when we saw them pass through the arena.
We're just waiting for them to appear, to pick them out. Here, there they are on the middle left of the screen, bunched up. And Backman has the advantage at the moment. 3 runners we can see now. He's running very freely in the open ground, but not managing to shake him off at all. In fact, he's being overtaken now as they go almost through the control anyway. Backman establishes the fastest time at that control now, and he has 5 minutes on Kupa.
That's a good time from Backman. He could very well be challenging for some of the top places, being in 5th at the first split that we had. Strong running too, and able to drag some of the others through him. Here we can see the routes that he took into 24, but overshooting it slightly, not quite straight on his compass bearing, maybe struggling in this area which has fewer contours in it, especially around 24. And again, not being straight into 25 either, losing a few seconds, but still being able to post the fastest time and being able to lose some of the other runners that were following him through the arena. But there we go, straight onto both 26 and 27 up, spiked those controls.
Through the arena goes the Finnish runner, 152, that's Portin. Going through the arena, heading out to the left, and just the temperature dropping, I think. It's just a little bit cooler around the arena. Here's Silt. And he's under the time again. And Silt has established a new fastest time there at control 27. Now he is going in some style. He's heading in the right direction and in the right style, if he can just raise his game.
But he is slowing. He definitely
looks
is slowing.
like he's tiring.
He's definitely tiring. He's lost. Backman has been able to pull away from him, and I think that's significant. They've still, this split, it was at 13.9 kilometers, so they've still got a bit of time to go. Just 1.6 to go, not too far, but the time could be caught up. Maybe not by Backman, but certainly by some of the other later starters like Lundinez and Giorgio and Human. This is Sild and Backman. Backman's mistake there, still much easier into the control, but I think it's just his speed. Even though Backman's making mistakes, he's got the speed much better than Sild, and I think that's where he's able to pull up the time.
So all these questions are being asked of all the athletes still out on the course as number 134 comes in. That's one of the Australian runners from the middle order, and out on the path. 134 was Julian Dent, so he's finished. Just waiting for this group to come round the corner in the far distance on the path. And it's Glebov. Now he doesn't look as if he's running all that freely at this stage.
No, he's definitely down on the time of Timo Sild already at this point, being very, very careful to check his map and struggling coming up the hills. He's one of the few people we've seen walking up this slope. It looks like the 10.5 kilometers that he's already run has already taken a lot of the speed out of Glebov's legs. We've seen him do a lot of races this week, Hugh Dan, already.
Yeah, he's tiring, and when you see this kind of pace and this kind of rhythm, you see it in its sharpest form. This is Taivanen of Finland going to split 2. It's easy to distinguish the runners who are comfortable now from the ones who are struggling or slowing down, because these are punishing closing stages. Four and a half minutes perhaps. Taivanen will be adrift of Sild's time. Galloping over the top, we can see the road there. Following the ridge. So he could be certainly in the top 10, but he's going to be so far off the pace he won't be able to make it up in what's left of the course. Just slipping down the list there, finishing in 9th position at that control point, 5 minutes or thereabouts adrift.
This is how they were all split up by the fire loop, only to be drawn back together again. Some hesitancy, I think, by Taivanen means he's dropped a lot of time. You have to be very, very smooth through a lot of these controls. Just take them very quickly. Maybe use some the technique that's more useful on a middle distance race. But Sild already looking way ahead of Backman, but obviously tiring, I think, in some of the later stages of this race.
And all the runners will feel it. Some will feel it less than others.
As we see Alan Cherry from Great Britain coming into the finish line.
There's Alan Cherry just passing it in front of us, winding round the corner. And here's out on the course.
This is Tranchant.
Tranchant. You haven't seen him for a while, but he looks like he's eating up the ground comfortably.
Yeah, this looks like a good pace from the Frenchman. He was around a similar time to Frederick Backman at the first split that we got. So let's see how he does in split number 2.
I think he's moving more quickly than some of the other runners we've seen there. And this,
there's a sense of urgency about him.
He must feel that he has more to give and that he's not going to leave any of it out in the forests of Stromstad East. Bouncing off the trees, using any help, any leverage he can get. Just a hint of a track appearing there as most of the runners have gone through. He picks up the road and he's going to use the path to gain some running time. But he's now, well, a good minute and more behind Sild's time.
But comparable to Backman, including quicker than Backman, and Backman's caught up on Timo Sild at the end. So that's actually a very good time from Tranchant.
This could be something worth pursuing.
This looks like Rollier,
who's not disappeared off the radar by any manner of means, still within range of the medal position, certainly in range of a podium position. But there are some powerful people behind him. Swedish flag flying. I see people drifting to my left. There must be a Swedish runner coming because it's a surefire signal.
Yeah, I think we're waiting for Frederick Backman into the finish.
They've all picked him up on their individual radars. Here we come. This is Backman, number 146, with the distinctive headband. Comes into the last control. And there's going to be something of a foot race here. It's going to be a bit of a gallop down the slope and into the arena. So let's see, he's going to slice a significant amount of time off it. And the crowd know that because they're going to wind him up as he goes past them. Chased by the Flying Finn. This is Frederick Backman, who's going to establish the fastest time at the finish as he comes round the left-hand bend. He's got about 100 metres to go. He's steadily getting there. He's got no more to give, but it's a good steady finish, and he's taken 6.5 minutes. Throws himself over the line, taking 6.5 minutes off the Frenchman Coupin's time. And that is a terrific finish. He's given it absolutely everything and hugely appreciated by the crowd as he passed them all the way to the line.
Now this could be a very significant run, posting the new time. This could be the one that we're going to be comparing everything to, especially if Timo Sild comes in afterwards, and we've just been pre-warned for Timo Sild looking to be slightly slower than Frederick Bachmann. This could be a very, very significant run, but also great running from Mikko Siren, who goes into second.
Siren goes second, coming in hard on the heels of Frederick Bachmann there. They were almost within touching distance, but here we have 1:62. Magne Daile of Norway.
He was another of the ones who was about 2 minutes behind Olaf Lundenes at the first split. So I think any of the people that were 2 minutes behind are in contention at the moment.
Silver medalist in the European Championships. A man who would dearly love to add a gold medal to that particular prize, and it's certainly within range, because let's keep our eye on that clock at the top of the panel to see how far adrift he is of Sild's time at that time. Remember, that's not the leading time at the finish, it's just at control 19. Searching out which way he's going to come. Coming into the arena, bowling down the line is the Estonian. 1:47, Timo Sild, who set so many of the fastest times. And he is going to be beaten by the clock. He's not quite going to make it to bother Bachmann's time. He may, certainly will end up in second place at the moment, beating Siren's time from Finland, because Timo Sild has crossed the line now, and he's taken second place with that, and 1:45. Milos Nikodim of the Czech Republic has joined him across the line, collapsing there. 1:37 also coming in. So that's been a strong finish. Nikodim has gone into fourth place. That's a good run from the Czech Republic runner. The effort these runners are expending in these races is beyond belief. He's totally spent.
And he put so much effort, especially into the first half of that race, running incredibly quickly, setting a really great time, but fading, I think, in the later stages. And this is a distinct replay as Sild was ahead of Bachmann at this point. Bachmann making a couple of mistakes, but I think catching him all the time, just looking slightly quicker, especially through some of these shorter ones. Sild tiring. Does he make any mistakes? They're both avoiding the green and heading onto the track to pick up the bottom of these few crags, which lead them into the control, but actually Bachmann chooses the better route, coming south of the main hill and just slightly quicker into the finish. I think that route choice into 29 was significant.
Small margins, but it was enough just to edge him ahead, just to get him ahead. Here, confirmation of where we are at the finish at the moment. Frederick Bachmann of Sweden leads with 1 hour, 41 minutes and 1 second. The gap, the leading gap, is 15 seconds to the silver medal position. Olav Lundenes will have a say in how all that is sorted out. Good,
and this is incredibly significant. Lundenes has caught up both Daniel Hubman and Carl Godager-Kass. They are all running together. Looks like he's sustained a bit of an injury there, but it doesn't seem to have affected him, because all three of them are running together. And Olaf Lundenes looks already to be in a good position to smash the time of Timo Sild already at this point. This looks like very significant. He is 2 minutes up on Daniel Hubman and 4 minutes up on the Norwegian Carl Godager-Kass. Looking incredibly strong for Olaf Lundenes.
Running really well, and he will have that group on his tail, knowing that it's driving him forward, because they will put pressure on him. They need to.
I think Kibberts is in that group as well.
Yep. The Swiss red shirts featuring very prominently, and 4 minutes. 4 minutes he's taken out of Sild's time. Hubman is in second place, Kass in third. 2 minutes, now that could be too much to make up over the piece, but we still bear in mind we have the likes of Georgiou behind all of this.
Now let's have a look at the replay to see where Lundenes caught up at so much time, looking so much better. They all had different routes through the controls, but still looking a bit slower into control 16, but brilliant stuff from Lundenez. Most of them, you can see them all following the tracks together. Lundenez and Hubman running together from this point. I think they're going to push each other all the way to the line. I think they'll all work off each other, be feeling a lot of pressure, and all be running together until the top, which would mean Olaf Lundenez looks in a good chance of taking a gold.
Lundenez, Hubman, Cass, Sild, Daly. These are the top featuring times at the moment. Daniel Hubman has 2 minutes and 2 seconds to make up on Olaf Lundenez, who finished ahead of him, remember, just ahead of him in the silver medal position in the middle order race midweek. Daniel Hubman in 3rd place, so they have a score to settle perhaps there. Further down the line at control 19. All these times now 9-10 minutes adrift are not going to be affecting the eventual outcome. Alistair MacLeod of Britain there, Kivikas, who featured prominently, Glebov, who faded also. But the crowd are beginning to pay even more attention to the screen than they normally do. Here's Rollier. Let's have a look at where he is. He's coming in towards the finish.
He's got to find a good gap through the crags that are just above him there. They're quite significant crags, as are all of the ones mapped in this area, proving decisive for some route choices, I think.
We'll see if we can pick him out. Just waiting apprehensively, perhaps. There he is. We'll just pick him up in the back of the screen. Wending and weaving his way down. He'll turn to his right, swing right, and then left down towards the road. Most of the runners have negotiated this slightly tricky finish very well. Nobody's overshot it as far as we have seen. So off he goes into the arena, and we will pick him up as he comes into view. And it looks as if he's going to be out with the medal positions, I think, and could very well end up in the top 6 depending on what happens. I suspect not, because there is an awful lot of action behind him, and he looks very relaxed, I have to say, Baptiste Rollier. He's a good 4.5 minutes, I think, adrift, so that'll take him beyond Coupa's time, which seems such a good time at one stage. And indeed he goes into 5th place, Baptiste Rollier of Switzerland. So it's all beginning to come down to the last few controls, and some very familiar names going to be on our list. There's Nicodim and Rollier as they tangled with the closing stages, Catherine.
Yep, both being slightly hesitant into 28, choosing different routes. Rollier trying to pick up a couple of the paths. And then this is where we expect them to go one or the other sides of this hill. Rollier going on the top of the hill, being slower than Nicodim, who's chosen the flatter route. But Nicodim hitting the road, I think, before he actually got to control number 30, just using it as a catching feature, I think, running as hard as he can down to the road and aiming off probably slightly towards the east and just turning right and picking up the control slightly easier.
There are the timings at control 27, Silt. So many fast times posted on the Estonians' names: Bachmann, Lind, Nicodim, Rollier, Portin, Siren. All good times at that stage. Hector Haynes there featuring at 9th place in terms of the timings at control 27.
But we haven't had anybody really of note, I think, in the top few from the splits 2 through split 3 yet, and I think when they come through, that'll really be significant. That'll blow away some of the leading times.
They'll be wiped out, is one way of putting it, because we suspect there are some very, very quick times coming up. And then down the lower order finishes there, these times some 20 minutes adrift at that particular control point. And that's time that could not be made up. Jan Sedevi could be in the top 3 or thereabouts. And we're just beginning to look, and they're on their feet, because coming through the arena, I think we're going to have a bit of a horse race.
Yep, I think it's going to be the leading
There we
group.
go. There's the group. 1, 2.
Yep, Olaf Lindenez.
3. Here they come.
Lindenez has broken away of Daniel Hubman.
Hubman fading. He doesn't look comfortable, actually, Daniel Hubman. Normally such a classy runner, but this man Sedevi is beginning to pick it up. Our cameraman doing very well to keep up with him. So, if Daniel Hubman is fading, and I have to say he didn't look that impressive going through the arena.
But Matthias Kiberts was there, Daniel Hubman fading. But Matthias Kiberts was also up at the top with Olaf Lindenez. He could very well make up some time and challenge some of the top
Yeah,
medals.
he looked in better shape, I have to say. Here's William Lind now, coming down the finish, hotly pursued by 149, who is Novikov. So it's Novikov coming after Lind. And we're waiting for others to appear. Here's the group. Here's Georgiou coming into play with his French colleague. The two Frenchmen together.
Georgiou just looking around, but he's caught up 4 minutes on Basset, so we'll gain some confidence from that.
Now there's the finish from Lind. He's going to be in 3rd place at the moment. Crosses the line in 3rd place, but that's not going to be enough, and he knows it. A shrug of the shoulders, just not enough. Now, what has this man got left in the tank? 143 adrift at control 19 at least, and checking the map. He's taking the road route. Now, will he make up some time here? It's a lot to ask, because at control 19 Hubman was 2 minutes adrift, so Georgiou is beyond that even. It's going to be a difficult closing stage. Now here's Bergman. We haven't seen him for a while. We haven't picked him up. Looking around, getting his bearings. Gustav Bergman of Sweden. Looking strong enough, never seems to be in any sense of urgency. There's one of Great Britain's runners coming in. 151, who is
150, looks like
150, sorry, is Hector Haynes. And Bergman, just a hesitation there from Bergman.
Not quite, I don't think, got the speed of some of the other runners, or the rangy style, I think. Not quite the sense of urgency, and yeah, a bit of a hesitation as he just checks where this depression is. It's up at the top of the hill.
Well, we did remark on this midweek where we thought he's frustrated.
And he's also gone to the top of the hill just to go down again.
And the crowd picked up on that, and there was a bit of a roar when he changed his mind, when he realised that he was in the wrong place, and that's cost him dearly, because he's now fighting the clock, he's fighting his frustration, and he's just not able to raise it to get that little bit extra he's got there eventually. And that's put him in 8th place now, and he just doesn't have enough distance left to be able to turn that round, I suspect. So here we are at control 19, Lundenez, Hubman, Georgiou, still within range, isn't he, at 2 minutes 14. Cass, Sild, Bailey, Tranchant and Bergman there slipping back, steadily backwards, and no sign of Daniel Hubman's time there, of course. But he did look in some difficulty going through the arena. Andreas Kibert's way down, 17th place in that sequence. Rollier's time at 14, so he was doing well. Vincent Coupa, who went so well, Alistair MacLeod at 26. So the crowd beginning to look anxiously at the big screen. Here a replay of the different approaches to that long run.
Giorgio taking a route to try and avoid the worst of the crags, but most of them going fairly straight. But Lundener is able to capitalise on the speed. Look how he was able to take that lead, just coasting along some of the marshes there. Easy to see and easy to run alongside as long as they're not too wet. And we gather they weren't too wet from the planners, although this rain would have added a bit of difficulty to them. But just so far in the lead, just got a lot of speed, I think.
Big hand for one of the really early starters there, just coming through. Kin Wai Lee of Hong Kong, who started way back at 14:11 was the time he started, and it's now 17:21 or thereabouts.
This is Portin.
Portin finishing strongly, and he will move into 6th place, 7th place for the Finn Portin, who threatened and has decided that he made some mistakes, obviously.
I think it feels like his head fell apart. It's a mental challenge, and to mentally concentrate for the time he was running, which is 1 hour and 45 minutes, is a huge challenge. And here we can see how the runners split up in the fire loop. But Lundener's maybe coming across some of those crags. No one making too many mistakes, but I think through those controls, it's all about the precision. It's all about having good control flow, particularly.
And still, we wait for the denouement. It's still got a bit of working out to do because there's some very quick stuff going on here. Here's Tranchant, and just comparing it. He's ahead of Silt's time at control 27. Now they are going well. Certainly look like they, if their times are as good. Tranchant's time is well in advance of Silt at that stage. So there could still be some unfolding in all of this.
And here we can see some of the route choices going across the marsh. Tranchant deciding it wasn't too bad, and then maybe heading towards the forest a bit, or the drier forest a bit sooner. Both of them quite close, but Tranchant again just having a bit of speed, especially through these last two controls, and he's heading out towards a semi-open area to find control 28.
Tranchant managing to maintain his pace. These are the scenes as the crowd gather round the entry points, and if you see a few people scurrying towards the gate, they know that somebody's coming. They've picked up another runner. It's Giorgio coming round the corner,
Rehydrating.
coming round the pass. Huge applause for him as he reaches for his bottle and squeezes it. He'll pick up some messages from the announcements and everything as to where he is in the standings, and he'll know if it's feasible, if he could just add one more gong to his collection, because there's just a suspicion that he's giving it another final throw of the dice, and never really set the ground alight in the middle distance during midweek, and slightly laboured, I think, going up the hill, although it's not always the case in terms of his slightly ungainly style. It's very efficient in its own way. Jan Sedevi is approaching the finish. Just waiting for him to appear through the trees. Here he comes. Having a good look round, looking around in all the directions, just making sure. And of course, it's not visible right at this point where he's going. He knows the area, but he's coming at it almost above. Now he's the nearest we've seen to somebody going straight over the top. He managed to correct himself and make a final adjustment. And here he comes into the stadium, Sedevi, into the arena. Great shout of encouragement from behind him there. He's nearly 3 minutes adrift, so he could be in fourth place, I think, quite comfortably, if he manages to maintain his pace and nothing goes wrong between now and coming round the corner and heading up towards the finish line. And he's finishing in reasonably good order, just over the 3 minutes, away from Bachmann's time. Bachmann still holding it at 1 hour, 41 minutes and 1 second. Bachmann still holding the lead as we await this finishing group, the final charge. Daly, the Norwegian.
I think that was Andreas Kibertz also just passing the camera shot, but we're waiting for Daly, who looks like he's got the best time into this control.
Here he comes, and he's ahead of the game right there. Let's see if that minus sign remains against his name as he comes down. He's just about there. He's in the lead at that point. Now, he has 4 seconds on Tronchot at that point. That counts for nothing when he reaches the line. It's what his time shows at the very finish. The leader's chair is occupied by Bachmann at this point.
This is a fight between Tronchot and Daly, taking fairly similar routes as they cheer. The crowd cheer Gustav Bergman through.
And he's slowed down significantly. He's, I don't really mean it in any other way, but plodding through the heavy ground there, making heavy weather of it. And he's just looks like he's struggling a bit, not able to inject that extra bit of pace as 153 comes into the arena. It's Svetkov of Russia, who featured from time to time and had a good middle distance run at some points, but he's well adrift now and going to be outside the top 10 even, just beyond his colleague Novikov. So a difficult run there for the Russian, not able to make up the pace. So
I think this looks like a group. Yep, it's a group heading towards TV split number 3. And it looks like Olaf Lundenes in the front, closely followed by the 2 Swiss runners, Daniel Hubmann and Matthias Kibertz.
Well, illustrious company for the Norwegian, and that may help him because he'll know, he'll have got a sense of the pressure coming from behind, and that may very well propel him onwards enough.
So Daniel Hubmann not losing too much time behind Olaf Lundenes, who wasn't dropping back after the arena, but who they have lost is Carl Godager-Kass, who's been dropped from the pack of 4 that were running there. That could mean good news for Thierry Georgiou, who's, as Carl Godager-Kass was in 4th place at split number 2.
He's not been able to live with the pace as far as we can see, but Lundenes proved in the middle distance that when he finished in the silver medal position that he's got some gas that the others might just not have over the longer distance when he is going so well at this stage.
And here's some of the routes just after coming out of the arena. This is all of their routes in live time. Kass looking to getting dropped into control number 23 and then not having the pace. All the others deciding to go round the marsh, and Kass losing time by going through it, it's evidently got quite wet and quite slow through there. He's been dropped by the rest of the group as they all essentially travel straight next to each other. All the route choices are pretty much going straight through this, very different to the terrain that we saw in the first half of the course.
Intriguing choices and important decisions being made as the World Championship, the Nokian Tires World Orienteering Championship long distance race heads for a climax here in the Stromstad East Arena. Cass is in third place there.
But has lost a lot of time, and I think Thierry Georgiou will sneak in somewhere similar to Daniel Hubman's time. He was only 12 seconds behind Daniel Hubman at split number 2, so I think Thierry, unless something goes incredibly wrong in the forest, looks reasonably good for a medal.
Well, the crowd are perfectly teed up. The rain has thankfully disappeared. It's clearer above our heads, it's damper under feet, but the underfoot conditions are no problem to these runners as they come charging down the arena closing stages, because they're almost within range now where the crowd can pick them up and will them over the line.
But it's a waiting game now.
Here we go, Tranchon to the finish. It's going to be fast and furious for the next 10 minutes or so. Crossing the road. And he's in good shape coming down the line.
Got just over a minute to take the lead ahead of Bachmann.
He will do that because there is not a minute to spare here. He should be, if he hits the corner at 30 seconds, he's fine. But he's going to be well ahead of that, I think. He's got 50 seconds. He's going to take a good 30 seconds out of it, at least. He's past us now in the commentary position. So up he goes towards the line. The Frenchman has it at this stage. He's 40 seconds ahead, Tranchon. Tranchon leads with a 30-second advantage over Sweden's Bachmann, and he is absolutely delighted. And he should take a quick look at what's coming behind him. He does, in fact, just as I said that. He's very, very aware of what's going on. Taivanen, who had such a good run, is going to slip well down the running order. He may very well have made some mistakes. He'll look back on that, but congratulating the Frenchman.
A good result for a lot of the French runners, Basset and Georgiou yet to come, but also looking very good, and Tranchon going into lead there. That's great news for the French team. A lot of them having been inspired by the great successes of Thierry Georgiou.
Huge improvement in the French results. Glebov here, who faded as well, was doing very well and is going to be heading not quite at the 2-hour mark, but may very well have picked up an injury. I don't think he's running that freely.
I think that, he's just looked at his map there. I think it's a reflex, especially when you feel like you're running slowly, is just to look at your map a little bit. And he knows it's been a tough race.
He's looking for any inspiration he can. All he wants to do now is that line cannot come quickly enough, so he's 13.5 minutes off the pace. He's in a good tournament though. He's featured in the middle distance. He certainly made his mark, and well, he's nearly 14 minutes down. 16th place as it stands, and will slip even further down the line. So the Ukrainian finishes, and here's a replay of Hubman and Georgiou.
Georgiou taking a much more direct route. I think this could be the battle for silver and bronze medals. Georgiou looking to have maybe slightly more speed, catching a bit of time up on Hubman. It's very difficult to tell, as none of them are making any mistakes into these controls. It's very good visibility of this area, and this is the live sync. This is where Georgiou is. Hubman, of course, we've already seen past control number 27. But we think that Hubman is just ahead of Georgiou by about 20 seconds. The Frenchman still has some time to catch up.
The Norwegian is still running. Daly. Now. Down to the finish, Daly, Magna Daly. Closely followed by...
Gernot Kirschbaumer.
This is Kirschbaumer, who's disappeared. We've not been able to focus on him that much, but Daly's going to finish strongly. This is a good sprint finish. And he's going to threaten the time, because he's still got time in hand coming around the corner at 1 minute and 5 seconds or thereabouts, because he can blow this apart. Can the Norwegian, coming striding up towards the line, the Norwegian is going to put a cat amongst the pigeons here, because he has split the whole lot of them and he's gone into first place. Magne Daily takes the lead. Well, he's had time to think about it. He's having a look down the finish line. He must be wondering what's coming up that track after him. Here is 159 Kibberts, Andreas Kibberts.
And I think we just saw going through the run-through behind him, Mark Heikoop from the Netherlands, the oldest competitor at this World Championships. He's also been doing the Trelo. This is a fast finish from Andreas Kibberts.
Fast finish, but it's not enough because he's lost time at other parts of the course. He's not even going to be in the top 10 as far as we can see there, and he will slip even further down the list when the other runners come behind him.
And speaking of other runners, we've had a pre-warning in from the group of three running together. Olaf Lundenes, Daniel Hubman and Matthias Kibberts have been pre-warned into the finish. They've got reach control 29, and this is Lundenes.
Lundenes to the finish now. Is Lundenes going to improve on his silver medal from midweek? And here immediately after him is the Swiss runner, and here after is
But
Georgiou.
this trotting back to Georgiou.
Georgiou is still there and is 2 minutes adrift at the control, 27. But meanwhile, what's going on in the arena is what's catching everyone's attention as they come round the hill. Here he comes, here's Lundenes heading for the line, and look at that time, 6 minutes he has taken out of the time. This is an outstanding finish from Olav Lundenes as he stretches up the hill and crashes through the line at 6 minutes and 6 seconds. He has taken off Daly's time. Norwegian 1 and 2 at the moment. What a fantastic finish from
Hubman in
Lundenes.
second.
Hubman goes second. Well, he must have got a second wind or something, because Hubman did not look like a person who was going to finish in second place.
And that lead is not going to be challenged. There's only Thierry Georgiou out in the forest, and he's 2 minutes and 25 seconds down on Lundenes.
It's too
I
much.
think we're looking at the world champion.
It looks like it. It looks as if he has done it with that magnificent finish. Olav Lundenes, ranked number 4 in the world.
And I think Lundenes was a bit disappointed with his middle result, with the execution of his race at the middle distance where he got a silver, but that's cheers of delight. He knows he's done it. No one is going to catch him.
There is no way anyone can catch him now, because that was a stunning finish. An absolutely stunning finish to take 6 minutes out of the time. And here
is Carl Garakas, who was dropped from the group.
Who was with them. He just couldn't live with the pace towards the end of the race. Here's the other Norwegian. Norwegians everywhere, it would appear, in this finish, and he's giving it a good go, and he's going to be just outside. He's going to possibly beat Daly's time, but he's still got Georgiou behind him, but he's within range of a bronze medal at the moment. He could finish in third. It looks as if he will. It's a good strong finish from the Norwegian. Struggling to make the line, and he makes it, and he does push himself to the very limit into third place. But at the moment it's Lundenes and Hubman who have the honours, and there's no doubt about it. I don't think at this stage Olav Lundenes is the new champion, it would appear, in all but name.
But in the forest, let's just look at the finishes
Just
first.
a confirmation of where we are at the moment. Olav Lundenes 1 hour 33 minutes and 27. 2 minutes adrift of that Daniel Hubman. Carl Gass 5:52. Magne Daly 6:06. 1, 2, 3 Norwegian flags there in the top 4 at this stage. Goodness me, can the Frenchman come and do something about that? Because Thierry Georgiou is the only one who could conceivably ease his way or battle his way into the top 3.
And it
would
looks
appear.
like Giorgio's actually caught up a little bit of time on Daniel Hubman. He was 19 seconds behind earlier in our live GPS tracking sync, but they've all taken a very, very similar route, I think, heading into 29. But it's 12, 13 seconds. It's still going to be close. There's a tiny bit to run. If he executes 29 and 30 perfectly, Thierry Georgiou looks like he could be in with a silver medal, but it looks like Georgiou is going to do definitely a place better than last time, definitely a place better than the middle distance on Tuesday where he was 4th. He's going to get a medal, but what colour?
Well, he will give it everything. He will give it everything he's got in the tank, because he would certainly have been disappointed with anything other than a medal in the other race, but he is the defending champion after all, from Scotland last year, and they're Tronchon and Bergman as they win. A very disappointing performance for Bergman. I suspect just not able to raise his game in the same way as some of the other Swedish runners.
Yeah, struggling through the terrain, I think, onto 21, getting a bit stuck in the rough open area, and just not making any mistakes, just not going as fast, I think, as the Frenchman, also getting stuck up some of the crags there to 23, and Tronchon just running away from Bergman.
So these were irrelevant moves at the end of the day, because other events dictated that Tronchon was not going to have a say in the final outcome, and Bergman, as we said, tired.
Yeah, this is currently where Bergman is. This is live GPS footage of where he is significantly behind Thierry Georgiou now, and this is an expectant crowd waiting for the last runner who could challenge for a medal.
Well, it's all a magnificent finish in its own way, where the final positions are not decided until the very last runners just come in.
Oh, and this is close from Georgiou, taking a more direct route, choosing not to go on the path, but I think it's paid off as he's hit this little blue ditch heading into control 29. Looks to have made a cleaner entrance as Hubman went over the top of the hill further to the west, and Georgiou's got a better attack into control 29, and this is where he might take Hubman.
And the crowd can see these moves. Here he comes. Well, it's not quite him.
This
it's
is Edgars Bertux.
Bertux, who is just coming up to the finish, so he'll get in the way in a manner of speaking. He's a slight distraction at this moment because he's not going to feature in the final stages. Just the crowd looking behind him. Finish approaches for the Latvian as he comes down the hill.
But we have a pre-warning from Thierry Georgiou and Luca Basset, who are both still running together. But Thierry Georgiou pre-warned ahead of Daniel Hubman. If he can keep this up, he's in for silver.
Now Basset will no doubt help Georgiou by pushing him as hard as he can, because they'll have a feeling that they need to do that. And that's Bertux crossing the line, 16.5 minutes adrift. And here out on the course is Bergman, still in his own loping style. Has a better stride now than I think he had earlier on. Maybe he's run something off, but he looks to be making better headway through the course.
He's enjoying this terrain underfoot, I think, a bit more. Lack of undergrowth is making it much easier, but this is Thierry Georgiou.
Huge roar from the crowd as they see the master approaching. He's diving over the last control now. He's got Basset with him. He's shaking Basset off, actually. Let's see if Basset can push him to the line, because Georgiou is gambling for a medal here. Keep an eye on Hubman's time, because he could beat Hubman.
Easy. He's got 1 minute and 23.
There is no could about it. The champion is going to snatch the silver medal from Daniel Hubman as long as he stays on his feet, because the crowd will give him all the help he needs.
30 seconds to beat Hubman, and he's close to the line, 50 meters.
No problem at all to the champion as he strides towards the line, and he has taken the silver medal. Giorgio in the final, very final act of this outstanding championships. Giorgio has taken the silver medal from Daniel Hubman. What a performance.
He's been training all year just for this event, not done any other events, but just focusing everything on the World Championships. He'll be a bit disappointed not to get the win, but it's still a very, very credible second place on what was a very hard-fought race. Lots of technicality and lots of difficulties, I think, in the terrain, different route choices forming a key part of the race as well as the execution, but this is how Giorgio overtook Hubman behind into control 28. Both going similarly, not making any mistakes. Giorgio attacking and spiking the control slightly better than Hubman, but 29 was where he took it. Hubman deciding to go out to the path, keeping it simple, trying to get a good bit of running in there, but it seemed to be quite easy to run through most of the areas outside of the path, and then just Giorgio taking the gap between the two hills easily into 29. Hubman also being a bit hesitant and not hitting it spot on, not quite spiking the control, then both of them getting the gap in between the cliffs, and Giorgio taking the win.
He almost timed it perfectly, didn't he? He just
Well, not the win, the second place, sorry.
Well, the win from second to third.
Yes.
But, you know, that was always in doubt. He had a lot to do, and you know, farther out on the course, it just looked as if he might be leaving himself too much, but in actual fact he had timed it rather well.
Yeah, well, Giorgio was 4 minutes, not 4 minutes, let me find out, a few seconds down on Olaf Lundenez at the beginning, and then improved his time over the last couple of controls to take it from Hubman. He was always in contention, but you never quite know how it's going to match out, and Daniel Hubman looks strong, but Thierry Giorgio just makes it look very, very easy, and I think that's how he's able to do it. He just keeps it very simple, gets the controls spot on, and has a brilliant style, a very effective style.
So there, confirmation of how we have the standings at the finish as we have it at the moment in the men's long distance race. Norway's Olaf Lundenez has taken the championship, defeating the defending champion Thierry Giorgio into second place with a gap of 1 minute and 46 seconds. Daniel Hubman was a very brave third place, and that's his second bronze medal of the week in these races. He was third in the middle distance as well. And moving further down the list, some of the bigger names who featured from time to time but couldn't sustain the challenge. Porten ran well. Rollier was a name we're not that familiar with, and he certainly made his mark. Sedevi of the Czech Republic, and William Lind for so long had some good times posted. And down there, Vincent Coupa, who had a very good performance. And the second of the British runners, Alistair MacLeod. Glebov, well, there were times we thought Glebov would have finished higher up the list, but unfortunately he didn't manage it on the day. So here we have a couple of the big decisions on the replay on how it was won and lost. Catherine?
Yeah, these are the top few runners going very, very similar routes into control number 2. Timo Sild having a great leg into that one, but he was run out of it at the end. Most of them trying to catch a few of the tracks, although I think in the men's race, it being less important, they're able to power through some of the tougher terrain, though most of them choosing to get onto a path when they can. Hubman choosing to attack the control on the line, possibly taking the shortest route, but both Lundenez and Giorgio hitting the control up from the bottom, coming up the top of the hill, and that's definitely better, as Hubman, I think, made a bit of a mistake into control number 2. Then mostly straight through the controls until we hit TV1, and then this is where I think Lundenez made his mark on the field, choosing a great route through to 6, and then getting trapped a bit by some of the crags, but making a lot of speed up on the flatter parts, where he was able to run alongside some of the marshes. Basset down at this point. He ended up finishing in 4th place, so great end of the course for him. He was probably pulled around, or well, no, he was holding his own against Thierry Giorgio, but it probably helped both of them to be running together. Lundenez already looking to have a commanding lead, as Giorgio and Hubman are already in their battle for silver and bronze. Here the fire loop splits them up a bit, and this was all about being very, very quick and having good control through all the technical parts of these controls coming very, very quickly. And it was all about keeping close contact with the map and maybe having a bit more of typical middle distance technique. It's good to see the variation in the lengths of leg in this long distance event. And then Lundenez just going away from all of the others. Most of them taking a very straight route here. Looks like there was some good running, and then picking up the path towards to get to 18 and then 19, where we saw most of the runners go through at split number 2. Then it was up on the road into 21 for Lundenez, maybe losing some of his lead that he had earlier on in the race. Giorgio going quite a long way around there to 21. And Hubman in the lead as they headed out of the arena, but it was a chance, it was a lot of people running in packs at this point, going very, very similar routes, I think. But Lundenez just having great speed through some of this quicker terrain, and we can see how they all sped up as they came round the marsh. Cass being dropped from the group, but all going very straight in this part of the area. It was an area that suited going straight very easily, not many features on the ground. Lundenez already well ahead as he hits up the path towards 29, but the 29 was where Giorgio overtook Hubman. He took the route that was slightly cleverer, I think, a better attack point into the control, not needing to go to the path to run quickly through the terrain. Lundenez into the finish, and then it was the battle for silver and bronze. And then between Cass and Basse, again, it was for 4th and 5th place. That was tightly fought, but Basse, I think, being helped into control number 9, well, not helped, he was running his own race, but having a good attack into control 29 was definitely very helpful for him, and he was just able to edge it over Cass, who was dropped from the group earlier on in the race.
I get the feeling in many ways silver in the middle distance for Lundenez this week, bronze last year in this race, and when we see the way it unfolded, it's almost like it was a gold medal waiting to happen. Yeah, I mean, he has had some form, a lot of form over a long period of time. He has got 2 long gold medals in the long distance already, and he was just flying around the course. I think it was waiting to happen. He was on the top from the very beginning and was able to carry it through, not too many mistakes, and just had a great speed and a great composure through all of the course. But looking at Giorgio, a great run for him. Maybe slightly disappointed not to get the win, but he... Yeah, at 37, hey ho. It's a wonderful win, but nothing can be taken away from the new champion, Olav Lundenez of Norway, who finished in some style with the crowd giving him a tremendous ovation, because they did see something of a masterclass, and there the complete joy of realizing he had done it.
A lot happier than on his middle distance, I can tell you now.
Absolutely outstanding victory for Lundenez, who thoroughly deserves the plaudits he will get for a great performance in winning the long distance championship. And what a day it's been here at Stromstad East. Here's the confirmation of the standings at the finish. Norway take the gold medal in 1 hour 33 minutes and 27 seconds. Olav Lundenez. Thierry Georgiou, the defending champion, had to give way and ended up 1 minute and 46 seconds adrift. 2 minutes beyond the time, 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Daniel Hubman for Switzerland came in 3rd place. So these are the medal positions.
I think the Swedes might be slightly disappointed finishing further down, but the flower ceremony for the top 6 on the podium.
As ever, the top 6 graced the podium, and what a top 6 it's been, because it was a competition that was never finalised until Georgiou got over the line. We couldn't be absolutely certain. We knew by then that the champion was Olav Lundenez, but we had to shake it all out, and it was in the last half hour that we finally got to grips with everything. And it's a thoroughly wonderful way to to finish the day's competition, and I have one very happy outgoing president of the IOF has joined me in the commentary position, and I'll have a chat with him in our final minutes as we take a look at this wonderful closing ceremony on a great day in Stromstad East. I'm joined now by Brian Porteous, who is the outgoing president of the IOF. Brian, always welcome to have another Scotsman in the commentary position.
Hi, Hugh Dan. It's good to be here. Yes.
It's been a fantastic day's competition, and you couldn't have imagined that we'd have such wonderful finishes in the women's competition and the men's competition.
No, it's always difficult in the long distance because competitors start over such a wide range of times, but it's gone all the way to the wire in both competitions today, which has been fantastic.
Now, in many ways, you've gone to the wire because this is your closing 100 metres, if I can put it that way. We've still got Saturday to negotiate. If I can, just while we're watching these magnificent scenes, pick out a highlight of your period as president. That can't be easy to do.
That's a difficult call. Actually, as we watch the television, I've worked hard over the last 5 years to get our TV product to a very high standard. So for me, the highlight is showing that the global sport of orienteering is very good on television, and we can provide very attractive and very different sporting pictures from the things you would see normally. And so my highlight really is what you see in front of you on the screen now. It's being able to broadcast the sport of orienteering from anywhere in the world and show it as a very exciting, challenging, demanding sport. And that is part of our Olympic journey, because we are trying to get into Olympic Games, and the television part of that is absolutely critical. So
bear with me then, Brian, just
Sure.
while we watch the closing ceremony, and I'll come back to you after we see one of the superstars, two of the superstars there, Hubman, who has taken the third place, and then Thierry Giorgio accepting his second place, and then we await the elevation and the coronation, indeed, of the new champion, and a very worthy champion he was, with a fantastic performance. Giorgio had to give best to a faster man, a better man, possibly a fitter man, certainly a younger man, but certainly a very, very fitting world champion in the long distance. And he was a worthy champion, Brian.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the most demanding, the winning time here, he has done a fantastic competition, very exciting all the way through, and very, very worthy winner. And it's not easy. These are all outstanding athletes on the podium today.
Now, we've got a couple of minutes left, Brian. You mentioned the Olympic challenge and all that. Where do you think you're leaving? I hope you're not leaving orienteering, but where do you think you're leaving the sport, and where's the sport going?
Well, we hope the sport's going to the Olympic Games, either in winter or summer, because we are a big winter sport as well, in ski orienteering. So I'm very hopeful that we will be in the Olympic Games in some time. It's hard. It's a hard journey to follow. It's like a long-distance competition, like the race we've just been watching. But we have made a lot of progress. Our connections with the International Olympic Committee and with other sporting bodies are very good. So I'm optimistic.
And briefly, you've enjoyed your time as president, obviously.
I have indeed. It's been a great privilege and honour, and I'm looking forward to my retirement.
Indeed, a word, was this as good as Scotland last year?
How could it be, Hugh Dan? How could it be? No, everyone is different, and this one has been outstanding.
Thank you very much, Brian Porteous, and congratulations on your period as president. I'm sure it's not the last we've heard of Brian Porteous in the orienteering world as he takes his leave of the stage. And with me is Catherine Bay. Just finally, Catherine, what a fantastic finish, just to wrap it all up.
It really was, and the long distance event never disappoints. It's always the one they want to win. It's the one that is the crowning title. It's the traditional race, and we've seen some absolutely great scenes in amongst the rain, but a lot of people enjoying themselves. Some people a bit frustrated maybe with their route choices, but it's been a challenging course. It's been a a very interesting course and one that a lot of people have risen to the occasion for.
And there's still Saturday to come because Catherine and I will be back for the long relay for the men, and the women will come back to Stromstad East, where thankfully the rain is still staying off. That is on Saturday. Please come and join us again on the IOF Live Centre. From now, from Catherine and from me, bye-bye for now.
Försörja våra industrikunder med råvara. Det gör vi genom att hjälpa skogsägare att få bra avkastning på sin skog. Vi förvaltar, avverkar och förnyar skogen så att en så stor del som möjligt av virket kan bli timmer. Vi bor ju inte